Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Saddle up and hang on to your 10-gallon hat. Get ready to ride off into the sunset with pistols a-blazing for this exciting lineup. Starting with the Lone Ranger, Gunsmoke, Have Gun Will Travel, Wild Bill, and then the Texas Rangers, followed by Dragnet, Calling All Cars, Richard Diamond, Secrets of Scotland Yard, and Black Museum.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the great mountains of the western United States, there were many caves, ravines, and hidden valleys where outlaws could hide after committing a crime. The masked rider of the plains knew the country better than anyone else. It was for this reason that he brought so many criminals to justice. Astride his great horse Silver, he rode through the length and breadth of 7 states, and no man did more to bring law and order to the frontier. And now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young, and adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Burnside. Someone's waiting for us. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The mining town of Burnside lay at the foot of Eagle Pass. One afternoon, Dan Latham, who spent most of his time in the cafe, waited for Mary Frisbee to come out of the general store. When she finally appeared with her arms full of packages, he stepped forward and touched her shoulder.
Mary, I want to speak to you.
Oh, Uncle Dan, I didn't see you.
You don't bother to see me, spite of the fact I'm your uncle.
My arms were filled. An awful lot of shopping.
Yeah, you dropped a package there.
I'll get it as soon as I get these others in the buckboard.
Must be nice to have so much money for spending.
Now, don't start harping on that again, Uncle Dan.
You dropped package.
Oh, thanks, Injun.
Maybe this feller lazy.
That'll do from you. I don't take nothing from a redskin.
There's a lot you could learn in the way of good manners from some of them. Good day.
Wait, I ain't done talking. Maybe your pa's told you things about me. He's always saying things that don't do me no good.
Let go my arm, Uncle Dan. Pa's told me the whole story about you and him.
And a pack of lies, I bet.
You and he worked the claim the two of you staked out as partners, but you drank and gambled so much you split up.
He done me out in my share.
No, he didn't. He divided the claim and you took first choice. Your half petered out to nothing, and he found a new load in his half.
He got rich. He's rich right now. And look at me. His wife's own brother. Down and out. Not a decent vest to my name. Not even the price of a drink.
Please, let go my arm. I know what Pa's done for you. He's given you thousands of dollars that he didn't have to, just because he felt sorry for you.
Lies, I tell you, it's lies. All he's ever done for me is to give me enough cash so he could lord it over me, so he could always say I was in his debt.
That's not true. Instead of appreciating what he's done for you, you resent it. If you'd saved your money instead of drinking and gambling, you'd have had plenty. Now, please let me go. I must get home.
I got something for you to tell, Ned. You ain't going till you hear it.
Then please hurry.
I ain't done with him. He swindled me. That's what he done. He swindled me, and I won't stand for it.
Is that all you want me to tell him?
Just tell him
You've
that.
been saying that for as long as I can remember.
Well, I ain't fooling. I mean it.
You let girl go.
You keep out in this. This is a family affair.
I'll go here.
Uncle Dan, I want you to take your hand off my arm at once.
I won't. No ornery redskin is doggone you.
Now, you go.
Oh, thank you, Injun.
Me name Tonto.
Then thank you, Tonto.
You tell your old man that.
I'm sick of hearing that. Get up there.
I'll get square. I'll fix things someday. I ain't going to be the underdog all the time. You wait, Mary Frisbee. You and your old man will get what's coming to you.
You, he big fool.
And you, too. You'll get yours for slapping my arm away. You just wait.
I saw him again.
Drinking?
He had been. He was feeling sorry for himself.
Yeah. Just the same as usual, eh, Mary?
Uh-huh.
Blamed fool. It's too bad he didn't straighten himself around, get a job of some sort.
He was half crying at the way things had been going with him.
Broke?
I guess so, Pa.
He was here a few days ago, and I give him $50.
He's probably blowed that in, same as all the rest of his money.
Well, I'm not going to worry about him anymore, Mary. For 15 years, he's been growling around about the way I swindled him.
No one believes him.
I know, but I'm getting sick and tired of it.
I think he is, too.
What do you mean by that?
There was something about the way he acted today. It sort of worried me.
Worried you? Mary, you ain't given to
I
worrying.
know it. That's the reason I sort of take it serious now.
What did he say?
It wasn't so much what he said as to how he said it. I think he's got some sort of scheme in the back of his mind.
He never stays sober long enough to think straight.
He might think crooked.
Mary, what are you driving at?
I don't know, Pa. It was a funny look in his eyes when he said he'd get square.
What else did he say?
Said he wasn't going to be the underdog all the time.
We'll fix that. You just sit right there, Mary. I'll be right back.
What are you going to do?
I'll show you. Hey, Jim. You, Jim. Come in the house here a moment.
Coming, boss.
Jim Brandt will be right in.
You think I better change my plans about going to visit Aunt Sally?
Not by a darn sight. We won't let that ornery no-account brother-in-law of mine interfere with your plans. You've counted a long time on going to visit your aunt, and you're going.
Want to see me, boss?
Yeah, close the door, Jim.
Sure. Anything wrong?
Not yet, Jim. But I'm just going to make sure there ain't going to be nothing wrong. You know Dan Latham?
Who is there in these mountains don't?
He's been making more threats.
Well, that don't mean nothing, boss. He's always making threats.
Well, maybe he's getting serious. Anyhow, that's the way Mary feels about it.
Oh, I didn't mean to worry you so much, Pa.
It's all right, Mary. But, Jim, you see, Mary's planning to ride through Eagle Pass to visit her Aunt Sally.
Sure, I know.
I wouldn't put it past Dan to try and make a little trouble.
He ain't nerve enough for that, boss.
Oh, can't tell about a man like Dan. Anyhow, I'm changing the plans I had of letting her ride through the pass alone. I want you to go along with her.
Well, that suits me fine.
Good enough.
I'll go see who that is, Pa.
All right, Mary, I'll go over the plans with Jim.
Me come tell you.
Oh, it's Tonto.
Who's that?
Pa, this is the Indian sent Uncle Dan about his business when he was trying to stop me.
Oh, come in. Mary was telling me that she met Dan in town today.
Dan him bad feller.
You ain't telling me nothing.
What'd you come here for, Injun?
Me come tell news.
News? What sort of news?
Is anything wrong?
Maybe plenty wrong.
Go on.
Me hear feller in town.
Dan?
That right.
What'd you hear? What do you have to say?
Him talk to another feller. Maybe them make plenty trouble for you.
Yeah?
Him not take drink.
He didn't take a drink?
That right.
Why not? That's the first time I ever Here to him refusing one.
Him say him keep sober.
What's he want to keep sober for? He sure changed a lot.
Him say him got plenty big plan.
Look here, Injun. Did he say anything about what his plan was?
Oh, you can't go much by what Dan says. And I wouldn't take much stock in what a redskin says either, boss.
I want a reward, eh, Injun?
No, that's not right.
Well, whatever happens, we got things in hand, savvy?
Now you can mind your own business, Injun.
That good.
You shouldn't have talked to the Indian that way.
Shucks, it's all right to help you out like you done this afternoon. But he needn't think he has the right to interfere with all of our
I
affairs.
don't think he felt that way. He just heard Dan saying things, and he thought we ought to know about it.
Why, that's funny. Did you hear that?
Well, there was 2 men out there.
Yeah. Now, what do you make of that, Jim?
Might make a plenty
I
of
don't
it.
like the way you talk about Tonto. After all, he's been right now.
Now, Mary, don't you worry about it. It ain't no business of yours.
And the fact that he had another man waiting outside for him, that strikes me as being downright suspicious.
Same here, Jim. You reckon the Injun's up to something?
Either that or he's hooked up with Dan.
Well, I'll be just as well satisfied for Mary to get out of here for a while. Maybe while she's visiting her aunt, I'll be able to have a final showdown with him. Jim, you figure on riding with her till she gets past Eagle Pass.
I sure will, boss, and you don't have to worry.
As Tonto and the Lone Ranger rode away from Ned Frisbee's home, they discussed what Tonto had overheard and what Jim Grant and Ned Frisbee had said.
I heard most of the conversation through the window, Tonto. The girl's planning to ride through Eagle Pass.
Not plenty bad country.
It's a good thing that fellow's going with her.
Him bad feller.
What do you mean, Tonto?
Me see him.
He's one of Ned Frisbee's trusted men.
Maybe so. Tonto not like him.
You're usually right at judging a man, Tonto, but still...
Tonto think him bad feller.
When you heard Dan Latham talking, he said he had a partner. But we don't know who that partner is.
Not right.
Tonto, there's only one place that he can make a play to capture Mary Frisbee.
That Eagle Pass.
That's right. I'm going to watch Dan in town. If he leaves, I'll follow him.
That be good.
And in the meantime, you ride to Eagle Pass. And be sure the girl gets through there safely.
Tonto do that.
You might start right now. You head north, and I'll head for Burnside.
Tonto go now. Get him up, Scout.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Late that night, while the Lone Ranger hunted through the town of Burnside for Dan Latham, the man he sought met Jim Brant in the dark shadows of a grove of trees close to Frisbee's home.
Everything is set, Dan.
Good enough. Remember, whatever I get, you get half.
I'm counting on that. Things worked out even better than we figured.
How's that, Jim?
I didn't even have to ask the boss to get time off to visit friends.
I didn't ask him. Then how in blazes are you going to get to Eagle Pass?
You'll laugh when I tell you. I'm going to ride there with a girl.
With her?
That's right. The old man's sending me along to protect her, in case you try any stunts.
That sounds good.
It'll work out perfect. Once we get in the pass, there's plenty of hiding places alongside the trail. I'll just tie her up. Savvy?
Good enough. And I'll be free to handle the deal with Frisbee. Before I'm done, I'll have what's rightfully mine.
The Lone Ranger felt sure that whatever attempt was made to harm Mary Frisbee, Tonto would be there to help her. The masked man himself kept an eye on Dan Latham in town, watching every move he made. Toward sundown the next day, Mary and Jim Brant were riding through Eagle Pass.
I'd hate to come through here after dark. I bet there's a plenty of wild animals in the hills here.
Yeah, right patterns.
We'll be through the pass and into the open before it's dark, won't we, Jim?
Well, that's hard to say, Mary. Lots can happen before we get out of here.
What do you mean?
Well, let me see. Where's that rock?
What are you looking for?
Oh, there's a rock near here, right along here somewhere. It marks a hiding place, and a doggone good one, Mary. Person lost in here can never be found. There's the rock, up ahead there.
Well, what about it?
That rock marks a place where an old trail leads into a cave. Ain't many men know about that cave.
What do you mean?
A man could stay hid there for years and never be found. A man could starve to death there if he was tied up.
Well, what about it?
Whatever happens to a man could happen to a woman. Sure hope your pa feels generous. Here's where we leave the trail, Mary, and break through that underbrush.
Wait, what are you doing?
Now you do what I tell you.
Jim, put that down.
Get moving, I ain't fooling.
You double-crosser.
Come on, you may as well have it now. Me and your uncle are working together on this, and your old man's going to turn over half of everything he's got if he wants you out of here alive.
Get him up, Scout!
Help! Help, Tonto!
You let down, go!
That blamed engine again. I figured someone was following me. Well, you won't stop me.
Oh!
You killed him!
That fixed him. Now, by thunder, everything's worked out just perfect. When I come back, I'll tell the story about how the engine tried to capture you. And if you have to starve here, it's the engine who'll take the blame. Now, get to that cave.
Tonto, the faithful companion of the Lone Ranger, lay on the ground beside his horse. Jim Brandt's bullets had found their mark. In just a moment, we'll continue with the second act of our Lone Ranger drama. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger, certain that Tonto was guarding Mary Frisbee as she rode through Eagle Pass, watched Dan Latham as he made the plans to kidnap the girl. The day after Mary left her father to visit a relative, Dan called at Frisbee's home.
Who's there?
Open up. Open up, Ned. I gotta talk to you.
Wait a minute. Dan, what do you want here? I told you never to show your face around here again.
Yeah, you told me a lot of things, Frisbee. But I reckon this is the time you're going to begin taking things back.
What do you mean?
I'll just step in where we can talk private, if you don't mind.
All right. Say all you got to say now and get it over with. This is the last time you're going to set foot inside this house.
Yeah?
That's what I said. Mary told me how you acted toward her in town. I'm sick and tired of the way you've been talking around town and treating Mary.
Sick and tired, huh?
You heard me. Now, what do you want here?
I want cash.
Got all the cash you're going to get. I gave you $50 less than a week ago.
$50. You talk as if that was a heap of money.
It is.
Well, there's lots of ways of looking at it, Ned. $50 is a lot of money for small change, but it don't compare to 50 or 60,000.
What are you talking about?
50 or 60,000. That's what I want this time.
You've been drinking too much.
I ain't had a drop for days. I kept a special sober for this deal, Ned.
Talk.
Your daughter's going on a trip, ain't she?
What do you know about my daughter?
Sort of a dangerous trip, too, going through Eagle Pass. Mighty dangerous. Lots of things can happen there. Bad places in the trail where a horse could slip and break a leg. And if the rider was throwed from his horse, he could lay there till he starved to death and never be found.
I get it. Well, let me tell you something, Dan. That Injun told me you might be scheming something.
Yeah?
And he told me plenty about you. And because of what he told me, I sent Jim Brandt to see that Mary got through the pass safe.
Jim Brand ain't much protection.
There ain't a handier man with a gun in the part of the country.
What would you say if I told you Jim Brand and me was going to split the cash that I'm going to get from you?
What's that?
That sort of surprises you, don't it?
You mean?
I mean what I said. Jim Brand was planning to ask you for a few days off to visit relatives. He was going to use them days to lay in wait for Mary when she came through Eagle Pass. Instead of that, you played right into our hands and sent the girl along with him.
Why, you dirty ornery
Ain't no use
coyote.
getting excited. There ain't no use trying to find them. You could send a scouting party to scour the whole pass, and you wouldn't find a hiding place, savvy?
I ought to put lead through you.
That's the surest way I know of to kill your daughter. You give me the money I want, or you won't get Mary back.
Stand right where you are.
What the?
Mask!
You're coming. Don't reach for guns.
Now, see here.
Who's this? Another of your killer friends?
No, I never seen him before.
Frisbee, I was here the other evening when the Indian came to see you.
Injun?
You call your horse Silver?
That's right. Tonto and I knew that your daughter was to go through Eagle Pass. Tonto didn't think that Jim Brant was on the level.
I always thought he was till this skunk come here.
Tonto followed the two. If Brant makes any attempt to abduct your daughter, Tonto will prevent it.
Yeah?
Why,
Sit
you...
still.
Are you sure of that?
Tonto has never failed before. Don't pay that man any money.
Now, Dan, you've stuck your neck in the noose. Stranger, I don't know who you are or where you come from.
That doesn't matter.
But it's my guess that Providence sent you. This polecat had me where I'd have had to pay him all I owned to save Mary.
I heard what he said before I came in.
But hold on. All I know that Mary's safe. She'd go right on to her aunt's place.
Tonto will come back with Jim Brant a prisoner. Your daughter will likely ride back with them to tell her story.
Dan, I'm going to see you hang for this. At last you made the break that'll put you where you belong. Stranger, I'm drawing my gun.
Not to kill.
Oh, don't worry. I won't kill the rat, much as he deserves it. I let the law do that. You've done a heap for me. Now, if you would just do me one more favor and ride to town and send the sheriff here to get this coyote...
I will.
There's horses coming now. Maybe that's the redskin and my daughter.
That isn't Tonto's voice.
Hi there, Ned. We're fetching bad news.
The sheriff.
Hey, what's this mean? A masked man and Dan Latham.
It means just this. Latham schemed with Jim Brant to kidnap Mary when she went through Eagle Pass.
I know.
How'd you know?
You finish talking, then I'll tell my story. Come on in, Stan.
I'm coming. I just headed the horse.
Go on, Ned.
Dan Latham, like I said, schemed with Brant to capture Mary. He come here telling me it cost me $50,000 to save her life.
Yep.
But the masked man has an Indian friend, savvy?
So that's where the redskin come from.
What do you mean?
What about the redskin?
He suspicioned something and followed Mary and Jim. And the masked man tells me he'll rescue Mary. Says that I can count on him.
I see.
So I want you to throw Dan in jail and hold him.
Wait a minute, Ned. There's nothing I'd sooner do than throw the rat in the calaboose. There's nothing I hate more than the dicker with his breed. Yet there's one thing that's a sight more important than seeing him get what he should.
Well?
That's your daughter's life.
But she...
You wondered how I knowed she was kidnapped, how I knowed about the redskin. Well, Stan here can tell you the whole story.
What story?
Go on, Stan.
Well, I was riding this way, coming through Eagle Pass, when I seen a horse blocking the road ahead.
Where?
Right at the end of the pass, this end. That don't show that the hideout is near here, though. The horse might have been led there, then tethered till someone come through, just like I did. There was a note fastened to the saddle.
Whose horse?
Your daughter's.
Go on.
The note said the girl was captured and the redskin shot.
Shot? That's the man you spoke of, eh?
Tonto, shot.
That means he failed.
For the first time.
And if he failed, it means that Brant has Mary.
There was all the instructions on the message, Ned. It looks like the only way to save the girl is let Latham go free and pay what he asks.
You see? Your scheme fell through after all. Now put down them guns and get out of here.
Can't you scour those mountains and find that hideout?
Stranger, take years to search them all. And even then, we'd be likely to miss where the girl's hid.
You think, Sheriff, the only way is to do what this skunk wants?
I hate the idea of it, Ned. There ain't no one hates more than me to pay that cash and pledge that the law won't punish him. But on the other hand, it's...
Mary's life.
The note said some more. Said that the cash had to be paid by sundown.
Was there any proof that Tonto was shot?
Yep. Here.
What's that?
This here bundle was fastened to Miss Mary's horse.
Let me see it.
It's an Injun's jacket.
Tonto's.
You can see the bullet holes and where...
Yes, and this stain.
Ain't no question, Ward. He's inside it when them holes was made.
If only there was some way to track a man or horse in that pass. But there ain't. It's all rock.
Frisbee.
Huh?
They want the cash by sundown.
Yeah.
I'm heading for the pass. Don't pay a dime until the last minute.
What's your idea?
I'm still not convinced that Tonto has failed. I'm riding for that pass.
But you can't get there and back by sundown.
Not with an ordinary horse, but I'm riding on Silver.
You won't find them. You won't find them, and if that cash ain't
You
paid...
shut up. You're staying right here till that man gets back.
I'll be back.
There might be hope, Ned. He called his horse Silver. He's masked.
But I don't savvy.
Go on, mister. Ride that horse. Hit for Eagle Pass.
You know him?
Ride, Lone Ranger, ride.
The great horse Silver raced toward the hills and then started the treacherous climb upwards. There was scant hope, however, that the Lone Ranger would be able to find the girl and Tonto. And even if he were successful, it would be almost impossible to return to Frisbee's home before the sunset. Meanwhile, in a well-concealed camp far from the main trail, Jim Brandt talked with Mary.
No use you worrying about it, Mary. Your pa'll pay the cash and everything will be all right.
Don't talk to me.
And even if he don't, there ain't no cause to worry, see? I ain't gonna leave you here to starve like your uncle planned me to do. No, I wouldn't do that. I'd take you away and me and you will get married. You'll make a good wife.
I'm gonna stay here and starve.
Nah, that ain't no way to feel about it. After all, I ain't a bad hombre. I'm just taking the chance of a lifetime to get plenty of cash.
You own me.
Lot of spunk, huh? That's the kind of woman I like. You see, me marrying you, it'll sort of keep the cash right in the family. Leastwise, the half of the cash that I get.
How's that Injun?
I ain't interested in
You
him.
might at least do what you can for him. He's wounded mighty bad.
Hey, let him die.
If you don't want to help him, untie my hands and let me...
I ain't untying your hands, and I ain't wasting my time playing nurse to no redskin. Too bad he didn't die right off the bat. Maybe I should sort of help him out.
Please help him.
All right. I'll help you, Mary.
Wait, I didn't mean that.
It's too bad I didn't think of it before. He's already got one bullet in him. Another one will finish him.
Please don't.
This'll be interesting.
Wait, Jim.
Save your breath.
You let him shoot.
But Tonto...
Tonto, not mine.
There, you see?
Me ask one thing.
Yeah? Well, reckon that's all right. Go on and ask.
You come close. Tonto got secret.
Can't you talk no louder?
Come close. Tonto got secret.
All right. Go on, tell me what's on your mind and be fast.
You got Tonto hand tied tight.
I don't take no chances.
You think wound make Tonto plenty weak.
All right, I think the wound made you weak.
You think Tonto hand still tied. But them not tied. How's you get out of that? Get free.
Get him, Tonto.
Me take gun.
Knock him down. Get him, Tonto.
Me take you. Oh.
You got him. Tonto, you got him.
No. Now me get you free.
How did you do it, Tonto?
Tonto find sharp rock. Cut through rope.
You weren't hurt as bad as he thought.
That's right. Bullet not hurt bad.
Never mind hurting my arms. Get these ropes off. We've got to get back to Pa fast.
There, rope gone now.
What about Jim Brandt?
Tonto fix him. Put rope on him. Here, Scout.
Can your horse make time before it's too late?
We try. Now, Tonto fix this fella. Fight.
There goes the sun. Now you better hand over that cash and sign the agreement fast.
What about it, Sheriff?
Well, Ned, I've been hoping and praying that in spite of all the odds against it, the masked man would do the impossible. But it don't seem he's done it.
He ain't. And if I don't get that agreement that me and Jim won't be jailed, then the whole deal is off. I've got to start now if I'm to send the signal to Jim that the cash is delivered.
Open that door. Let's see the sun.
It's going down, Ned.
That settles it. Here's the cash, all of it.
I'll sign the agreement now. You have to sign it too, Ned.
Yes, you sign it, and then the deputy can sign as witness. You can't back out on your promise. Untie me now and let me have that cash.
Hold on.
Why, what's that?
Look, there he comes. He's riding back. Look at that horse come. Look at the Lone Ranger ride. Hold that money till he gets here. Come on. Oh, boy, steady there. What's the news? Don't give that man a dime. Get him to jail.
But what about my girl? What of Mary?
They're coming behind me. I met Mary and Tonto on the trail.
Brand is tied in the cave waiting for you, Sheriff.
There they come, just breaking from that row of timber.
And the way that girl is riding, Ned, there ain't a thing that's wrong with her. Tonto was wounded, but Tonto didn't fail.
Mister, if you'll take a reward, you can have this cash that I was about to give the polecat.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Come on there, Silver, old boy! There's trouble at the railroad! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield, America's most popular two-way cigarette. What a pair. Chesterfield King Size at the new low price. Chesterfield Regular.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job that makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Mr. Dillon, I wonder what Dodge would be like if there wasn't always a crowd moving up and down Front Street.
Uh-huh.
Just look at them. Everybody going somewheres.
Well, there are a lot of them that aren't going anywhere at all, Chester. Just drifting.
Yes, sir, I guess you're right at that, Mr. Dillon. I know when I first come to Dodge, I sure didn't have nothing in mind. Leastwise, working for a U.S. Marshal like you.
Oh, you must have had some reason to come here, Chester.
Well, backwards-like reason, maybe.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, it's like it wasn't to come here as much as it was to leave there.
What?
I say it's like it wasn't to come here as much as it was to leave there.
Oh, you mean Texas?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Why?
Mr. Dillon, Texas is mostly populated by my family. I got relatives, thick and thin relatives, all over Texas.
Oh, what's wrong with that?
Why, it's like having somebody looking over your shoulder all the while. It makes man spooky. Well, sir, I choose to do my sinning where nobody don't know me.
Hello, Matt and Chester.
How are you, Doc?
Where you headed for, Doc?
No place, Matt. I'm just walking around.
Now, you see, Chester? See what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Well, now, what's the matter with just walking around? Does a man have to be going someplace every minute? Anyway, you're a fine pair to be criticizing people. Sitting here like a couple of fat, horny toads in the sun.
Now, slow down, Doc. Slow down. You're burning up all your fuel.
Well, who's this fella? Which one of you men's Doc Adams?
I am?
Come on, I got a job for you.
Oh, is that so? But you don't look very sick, mister.
It ain't me, it's a man in camp.
Camp?
A couple of miles up the Arkansas. We're holding a trail herd there. What part of Texas you from, mister? We got 3,000 head of San Saba Longhorn. And it's been a plumb miserable drive all the way, and I ain't no temper to answer any more fool questions.
All right, then, don't
answer.
Now, hold up a minute there, young fella. Now, what's the matter with this man of yours?
You'll see when you get there.
Well, tell me now, else how will I know what to take?
Look, Doc, it wasn't my idea to come get you. Ken Talley made me come.
And who's Ken Talley?
The trail boss. Now, you ready to go?
Well, you tell me what's wrong with the man, and I'll go.
Doc.
What?
I think I'll ride out with you.
Who are you?
My name's Dillon.
Well, you're the marshal here, ain't you?
That's right.
Well, we don't need no marshal out there.
Chester, go get our horses, huh? We'll ride out with Doc.
Yes, sir. I brought the doc, Ken.
How many doctors they got in Dodge anyway, Choke?
That's the doc there.
Well, who these other two?
My name's Matt Dillon, Tully. This is Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do, Mr. Teller?
Dillon, huh? Well, I didn't send for you, Marshal.
Yeah, I know you didn't.
And what are you doing here?
That's a sick man lying in the blanket over there by the fire?
You can get mounted and ride right back to Dodge, all three of you. We don't need Doc no more.
Oh, no, you don't, mister. If that man's sick, I'm going to take a look at him.
He's all right, Doc. Forget him.
Come on, Doc. Well, Doc?
He's dead, man. Mighty contagious disease, too.
Oh?
I've found that when one man gets shot, it usually leads to somebody else getting shot sooner or later.
Who killed this man, Tully? How'd it happen?
I don't figure it's none of your business, Marshal, but since you're so nosy, I'll tell you. He shot himself.
That's a lie. He couldn't have shot himself.
Why not, Doc?
Because he was shot in the back. That's right.
Uh-huh. You gonna tell me who did it, Tully?
No, Marshal. I ain't gonna tell you nothing.
Tully, your man Choate here told us that you've had a hard drive up from the San Saba.
Hard. We fought Indians and thieving Kansas jayhawkers and bad weather and stampedes the whole way, Marshal. But we're still ready to fight Dodge City if we have to.
Well, you've been through a lot, Tully, and I know how edgy it's made you. All of you. But this man's been murdered, and I gotta have the murderer.
His name's Bud Cowan.
Whose name?
Him. There.
Who killed Bud Cowan?
It's no use, Marshal. I got 18 Texas cowboys here. Well, 17, and there ain't a one of them that'll talk.
Look, Tully, you're a responsible man, or you wouldn't be trail boss. Now, you know what the law means. You know what it's for.
Kansas law ain't for Texans, Marshal. We'll fight our own snakes.
I'm not a Kansas marshal. I'm a United States marshal, but the law's the same.
It don't matter. No Texan's gonna get hung in Kansas, leastwise not as long as I'm around. And there ain't a thing you can do about it, Marshal.
Yes, there is.
Like what?
Your men are kind of hankering to buck the tiger in Dodge, aren't they?
Of course they are. For 3 months, they ain't talked to nothing else.
So if they don't get to Dodge, they're going to be mighty unhappy, and maybe one or two of them will decide to talk.
Marshal, how are you going to keep 17 juiced-up Texas cowboys out of Dodge? They'll ride right over you.
No, I can't keep them out, Tully, but I can fix it so there won't be anything for them when they get there.
What do you mean?
I'll close Front Street, every saloon, every gambling table, every store. I'll close them up tight.
You do that?
And if you knew me well enough, you wouldn't ask. Come on, Doc. Chester. You think it over, Tully.
What a pair. What a buy. King-size Chesterfield. Now at the new low price. And Chesterfield Regular. They're the quality twins. The same highest quality. The same low nicotine. Either way you like them, you get the same wonderful taste and mildness. A refreshing smoke every time. Change to Chesterfield. America's most popular two-way cigarette. Yes, the Chesterfield you smoke today is the best cigarette ever made. What a pair. Chesterfield Regular, Chesterfield King Size. They satisfy millions. They're best for you.
It sure didn't take long for the word to get around, did it, Mr. Dillon?
Ken Tully followed us to town yesterday, Chester. He's smart enough to know how the businessmen would react.
You mean he come in here and told them all about it?
Yeah, of course he did.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, John. Well, here's the Dodge house, Chester. You better wait out here.
Okay, sir. Mr. Green said they'd be waiting for you right in the lobby.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you came, Marshal.
Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Green?
Well, no, quiet, gentlemen, please. I'll do the talking. Marshal Dillon. As you can see, most of Dodge's leading businessmen are present here. Mr. Tompkins, Mr. Jonas, Mr. Botkin, Mr. Teeters.
Yes, sir.
And I'm here as owner of the Dodge House. Marshal, you know why we're here as well as we do.
Because I told Ken Tully I'd close Front Street. Huh?
Exactly. And we won't stand for that, Marshal. We need that Texas money, and we're going to get it.
Gentlemen, a man was murdered out at that camp.
Oh, he was just some Texas cowboy, Marshal. The prosperity of Dodge is certainly more important than him. Don't you agree, gentlemen?
Now, wait a minute. You mean that you so-called good citizens of Dodge are putting a few dollars above the value of the law? Even above the value of a human life?
Don't preach to us, Marshal Dillon. All the men you've killed.
Mr. Green, I never killed a man in my life except in the performance of duty or in self-defense.
All right. All right, that's not important.
We're wasting time, gentlemen. I'm hired to enforce the law, and I'm going to do it any way I see fit. Now, is that clear?
Well, then we'll complain about you, Marshal. We'll all write letters to Washington and have you fired. Absolutely fired.
You will, huh? Good. Fine, that's fine. Then maybe I can get a little sleep for a change. Start walking around like an ordinary man instead of jumping at shadows thinking somebody's about to shoot me any minute. Yeah, go ahead. And maybe I can afford to have a few friends again. Instead of everybody looking at me sideways like I was some kind of a rattlesnake. Gentlemen, I might not have to kill anybody again as long as I live. Yeah, you go on. Write your letters. You'll be doing me a great big favor. Oh, and just one more thing. There's just about enough money in this job of mine to pay for my ammunition. But I'm still going to close up Front Street. What is it, Chester?
What'd you say to Mr. Green and them other men yesterday?
Huh? Why?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just curious.
Well, I said the same thing that you'd say, Chester. At least I hope you would.
Oh, yes, of course I would. And I sure do thank you, Mr. Dillon. I'm mighty proud to have you say that.
But you don't know what I told him, Chester.
Oh, it don't matter. I trust you. You know what you're doing.
Well, thank you, Chester. I'm glad somebody thinks so.
Well, of course, I've seen you make mistakes sometimes. Well, I mean, nobody ain't perfect much. It's a simple thing for anybody.
Why don't you go on to the depot and pick up the mail, Chester? Huh?
Yes, sir, but I don't. That's right. The Santa Fe just come in over an hour ago. And
Good morning, Marshal.
Well, Ken Tully.
Marshal, this here's Sam Peoples I brought with me.
Huh? Hello, people.
Hello? Marshal, I done a lot of thinking the last day or so.
No?
Yes, sir. I've decided you're right about the law and all. So I went and brought Sam Peoples in.
You mean he killed that man, Bud Cowan?
He sure did. There's 5 cowboys that witnessed it, Marshal, including myself. All be glad to testify at the trials anytime you say.
Is that right, Peoples? Did you kill Bud Cowan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what happened to your face? Fall off a horse or something?
Yes, sir. I come loose off in the bronc yesterday.
Uh-huh. Okay, lock him up, Chester.
All right, sir. Everything all right now, Marshal?
Well, I'll let you answer that, Tally.
No hard feelings on my side. Just don't let him get away now. One murder is all I can produce for you. See you later, Marshal.
Well, come on, people. The cells is out back here.
Wait a minute, Chester.
Yes, sir?
Bring him back here, huh?
Yes, sir. Come on, people.
Peoples, tell me something. Are you a Texan?
No, sir, I ain't, Marshal.
And what are you doing with that San Saba outfit?
Oh, I run into them when they was bringing their cattle across the Cimarron, sir. They hired me on just for grub, and I wanted to get to Dodge real bad.
Yeah, I see. That bronc you fell off of yesterday, did he drop on your face?
Yes, sir. Well, sort of.
Mm-hmm. I'd sure like to see that horse.
You would?
Yeah. Be kind of interesting to see a horse that's got hooves like a man's fist.
Yes, sir.
There's not much you can do about this, is there?
No, sir. They're all going to swear I done it.
Do you know who did?
No, sir, I don't. I was out riding herd when it happened. And none of them fellers ever talked to me much, anyways.
Well, you're in a tough spot.
Yes, sir.
Unless I can find out who did kill Bud Cowan, you're going to have to stand trial. But I'll do what I can for you, if that happens.
Thank you, Marshal. I don't guess there's much anybody can do. All them fellers testifying.
Well, we'll see. Go get him something to eat, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir.
I'll be out on the street. Ken Tully's men are going to be feeling free to do about anything from now on. I could picture Tully and his men when he got back to camp, laughing at how they'd put it over on me and the rest of Dodge. I figured Mr. Green and his businessmen had talked to Tully, but I was sure they didn't know Sam Peoples was an innocent man. And neither did they understand the kind of trouble that tampering with the law could lead to. For the Texans, the lid was off. They felt that they were running the town, that nothing could touch them. And all I could do was wait. So I went over to the Texas Trail and sat with Kitty for a while, watching the crowd.
I'm glad you're here, Matt. Otherwise, I'd have to be drinking at the bar with one of those beat-up cowboys.
Well, I hope I'm not costing you money, Kitty.
You are, but I won't start. Anyway, it's better than trying to grin back at those cowboys.
Well, those men have had a rough time coming up the trail, Kitty.
Nobody asked them to come.
No, I suppose not.
You know, Matt, I've worked in a lot of places, even the gold camps. Dodge is worse than any of them.
Oh, is that so? Why?
I don't know. Maybe the sun and the prairie take too much out of everybody. Seems like every man that comes to Dodge is out to get his own back somehow, even if he has to kill somebody to do it.
Well, I guess I follow you, Kitty.
All I'm saying is that maybe our hard life makes men kind of angry. They want to fight all the time.
Well, something sure makes them want to fight, or at least get drunk.
Look at them. Hey, who's that coming this way, Matt?
Huh?
There.
Now, that's Ken Tully, the San Saba Trail boss.
Well, he sure looks like he wants to fight.
Yeah, maybe he does, Kitty. I will soon see.
We will return for the last act of Gunsmoke in just a moment.
Tomorrow afternoon, almost 100,000 cheering people will pack Cleveland's Municipal Stadium for that great annual baseball classic, the All-Star Game. I guess there isn't a fan in the country who wouldn't like to be there. And you folks who are going will notice towering above center field, the mammoth Chesterfield scoreboard. Now, if you visited the American League dugout tomorrow, you'd want to say hello to the Yankees' famous catcher, Yogi Berra. He's a Chesterfield smoker. Has been for 7 years. And as he puts it, they're mild and they taste great. Yogi likes the regular size. Across the field in the National League dugout, there's another man you'd want to meet. The fabulous Stan the Man Musial of the St. Louis Cards. It's Stan's 11th All-Star game in his 11th year with Chesterfields. Now, he likes a long smoke, so he buys Chesterfield king size. What a pair they are. Musial and Berra. And what a pair these are. Chesterfield king size at the new low price and Chesterfield regular. It's America's most popular two-way cigarette. Try Chesterfields yourself. They satisfy millions. They're best for you.
Evening, Marshal.
Hello, Tally.
You gonna introduce me to the lady?
Nobody has to introduce anybody here, mister. My name's Kitty.
Kitty, huh? Well, my name's Ken Tally. How about having a drink with me, Kitty?
Sorry, I'm busy.
Oh, come on. You ain't busy.
You heard her, Tally. Go on back to the bar, huh?
You're sure something, ain't you, Marshal?
Why don't you get going?
Okay. Okay, I'll go. Sure I will.
Is he crazy or just drunk?
I don't know, Kitty.
Anyway, I'll bet he gets into trouble before the night's out.
Well, if he does, there's plenty of room in jail for him.
I take it you've already got a grudge against him.
Yeah, I sure have. But it's not on my account.
Huh? Whose?
An innocent little fella called Sam Peoples.
Sam Peoples?
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute.
Like a fight starting.
Yeah. You stay here, Kitty.
I'll be on the floor in a minute.
Oh, you want nothing to go ahead and do it. Let me tell you.
All right, hold it there. Hold it.
What's the trouble, Marshal?
You and this man settle your differences some other way, Choate. I won't have any gunplay here.
Gunplay? Well, we wasn't fighting, Marshal. Was we, Jim?
No, we was just haranguing each other, so.
Me and Jim always talk like that, Marshal. Don't we, ma'am? Why, looky there, Marshal. Ken Tyler's running off with the gal. Come on, get in. Let's go outside and look at the moon.
Sure. Rats! And I'll rub the rest of this bottle around in your face when you get up.
All right, get out of the way, Kitty.
Gladly, Matt.
I fooled you, didn't I, Marshal?
Yeah. Yeah. You sort of fooled me. Tally.
Now, look here, Marshal. That ain't no way to act. What's the matter with you, anyhow?
All right, shut up.
Marshal, there's 8 of us here. You think you can whip all of us?
No, I don't, Choate. Not 8 of you.
Well, then you're gonna get whipped. Come on, man.
Just stay where you are, all of you. I'd be a fool to mix in a brawl with all of you men. I don't aim to try it.
Looks like you ain't got much choice, Marshal. And we're gonna beat you about half to death.
No, you're not.
No? Well, what's to stop us? Don't look like nobody in here's gonna help you out.
I'm carrying a gun, Choate.
Oh, that. That don't bother us none, Marshal. Does it, man? Yeah, of course. See, Marshal? We don't care about your gun. There's too many of us.
Aren't you forgetting something, Choate?
What?
I don't wear this gun to kill snakes with the way you men do. I'll have bullets in at least 3 of you before you get off a shot. And you'll be the first.
What's the matter with you men? He's just bluffing. He's scared half to death right now.
Show him. Forget about it. Don't be egging him on now.
Then I'll fight him. I ain't so bad with a gun.
Don't try it, Choate.
You shoot me, the boys will take care of you.
Don't do it, Choate. I'm telling you.
What's a Kansas Marshal?
No. Well, who's next? Any more of you men want to die in this place? All right, then get out of here and get on back to camp. Move.
Here he is, Mr. Dillon. But he ain't singing very loud this morning.
How's your jaw, Telly?
Busted? Doc said you busted it on this side right here.
I'm sorry. I guess I must have lost my temper.
You sure did, Marshal. But the fight's out of me now. I'm plumb sober.
You heard about Gil Choate?
Chester told me. Choate shouldn't have gone up against you.
No, he shouldn't.
Well, now he's dead. It don't matter none, I guess.
What doesn't matter?
Choate's the man that killed Bud Cowan, Marshal. That's why I made him come to town for Doc, kind of punish him that way.
Oh?
Shot Cowan in the back. But I had to protect Choate anyway. You know how it is.
What about Sam Peoples, Telly?
Oh, him. Well, I'd have wrote you a letter from Texas, Marshal, saying it was a lie. Anyway, I'm selling them cattle. I aim to be out of here in 2 days, Marshal.
Uh-huh. Okay, Telly. Get going.
We can be friends now, can't we, Marshal?
You ever hear of a lawman with friends?
We must have a couple.
Yeah. Yeah, I have. A couple. So long, Telly. I'll tell Sam Peoples that you didn't mean it.
Here is our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. You know, it's a wonderful cigarette we've been telling you about tonight. I mean, Chesterfield, of course. My cigarette. King size or regular, Chesterfields give you the taste and mildness you want every time you light up. So give them a try. They satisfy millions. You'll like them, too.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Vic Perrin, John Daner, and Lawrence Dobkin. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Filter tip smokers, this is it. L&M Filters. At last, a filter tip cigarette with much more flavor, much less nicotine. L&M's Miracle Tip contains alpha cellulose for effective filtration. It's the filter that counts, and L&M has the best. Yes, this is it. As Patricia Morrison puts it, L&M filters are just what the doctor ordered. Buy L&M filters, the light and mild smoke.
Next week at this same time, Chesterfield will bring you another story of the Western frontier on Gunsmoke. This is the CBS Radio Network.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
You just don't go to the Barbary Coast. You make arrangements. I've made mine, and I hope it'll save Hey Boy's life.
Have gun, will travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Come in, Hey Boy. The door's unlocked.
It's not Hey Boy, Mr. Paladin.
Oh, Miss Wong, good morning. Come in.
Good morning. I bring paper and coffee.
Thank you, Miss Wong. Why didn't Hey Boy bring them up?
Hey Boy's not come to work this morning.
What?
Hey Boy not come to work this morning. It's Miss Wong's fault. We had big arguments last night.
You mean he didn't come to work just because you had an argument?
Maybe so. I don't know, Mr. Paladin. Miss Wong's very worried.
Why don't you sit down and try to take hold of yourself? There. Now, do you want to tell me about it?
Is that? Hey, boy. All time say he going to marry Missy Wong someday, but he not say when.
Mm-hmm.
So last night, I tell him I wait no more.
Oh.
That I not want to see him again, ever. He was very angry. Walk away. Say nothing.
Uh-huh.
This morning, I see his uncle, and he said that Hey Boy not come home last night. Oh, Mr. Paladin, I'm very worried. Maybe something happened to him.
No, I wouldn't fret about it, Miss Wong. I'm sure he's all right.
Oh, Hey Boy very angry.
I'll go talk to his uncle. Maybe he's heard from him by now.
You find him, Mr. Paladin? Please?
I'll try, Miss Wong.
This is the cold season. What do medical authorities say about the common cold? Doctors tell us there's no known drug which will cure a cold. There are effective medications for treating complications accompanying or following a cold. If you've been taking sensible precautions and still have one cold after another, it's best to see your doctor. And here's another important health tip. When you have a cold and need a laxative, that's the time to rely on gentle X-Lax. Pleasant-tasting chocolated X-Lax helps you toward your normal regularity, gently, overnight. X-Lax gets along with any cold remedies you may be taking, and X-Lax works where nature wants, in the lower tract, not the stomach. X-Lax is so gentle, so close to natural acting, there's no upset, no urgency or discomfort. Next morning, you're well on your way toward your normal regularity. So when you have a cold and need a laxative, take X-Lax, the laxative you can use with complete confidence. X-Lax helps you toward your normal regularity gently overnight. X-Lax.
My first stop in the dingy labyrinth of Chinatown was a curio shop owned by Hey Boy's uncle. He was visibly upset and had no further word from his nephew. I promised him that I would do everything I could to find him. There was one man in Chinatown who might have the answer, Chung Wu. For want of a better description, he was called the mayor of Chinatown, but he was much more than that. Head of the House of Chung in America, related through marriage to the Wang, Chang, and Fong families, president of the Anliang Tong. And just to keep his hand in, he ran the biggest Fantan parlor east of Canton. He was very important and very difficult to see.
No! The Honorable Chung Wu is not in.
He is never out.
He sees no one.
You'll see me.
Keep your hand away from that panel.
And you keep your hand away from that knife.
How did you know?
I've been here before. You must be
You
new.
will put me to death by 1,000 torture. Who visits this humble establishment?
Tis I, Chung, Paladin.
Ah, Paladin, my friend.
That's a mighty devoted watchdog you have there, Chung.
You must forgive him, my friend. He is new. But to him, all Americans look alike.
They do. Well, don't be hard on him. He was just doing his job.
Yes. Well, come in, Paladin. Come in.
Thank you.
Well, my friend, it is too long a time since you have graced these unworthy walls with your presence.
Much too long. May the oversight find forgiveness in your honorable heart.
My heart is too full of pleasure at seeing you once more to harbor an unkind thought. It quickens to know the reason for your visit.
I seek word of the boy who serves me at the hotel.
Ah, yes. Kim Chung, the one you call Hey Boy?
The very one.
Why do you seek word of him here?
He's disappeared. I fear he's in trouble.
If he were in trouble, I would have heard.
I thought perhaps he might be in your establishment playing Fantan.
Not that boy. Sometime I think he is not a true Chinese. He cares nothing for gambling. He thinks only of saving his money so that he can get married to this Miss Wang at your hotel.
But that's why he disappeared after she asked him when he intended to marry her.
Foolish girl. She has not yet learned how to hide the stings when she manipulates her mannequin.
Yeah. Well, if you were a Chinese boy and had a fight with your girl, where would you go?
If he were angry enough, our Incape would not have been strong enough for him.
You mean he went out and got drunk?
He might have. But if he did not do it here.
Where then?
If I were an angry Chinese boy who did not care for gambling and wanted to get really drunk, I might end up in the Barbary Coast.
The Barbary Coast, that mean and ratty conglomeration of sheds and shanties, purveying entertainment and refreshment to sailors whose appetites are stranger than their tastes. Now, you just didn't go to the Barbary Coast. You made arrangements. I made mine at the Hack Line in Portsmouth Square.
Cab, sir. Right this way, sir. Cab, sir.
Ah, there you are, Harry.
Mr. Pellet.
I was hoping I'd find you free.
Yes, sir. Harry the Ack at your service, well and eager and able to do your bidding. Where'll it be, Mr. Paladin?
Harry, I want to find Ma Gertie.
Ma Gertie? Why, she's been lying low since the vigilantes closed her up last time. It won't be easy, Mr. Paladin.
But, it won't be impossible.
Well, the sound of them cartwheels is making it easier every minute.
And shall we go?
Yes, sir. Step right in. Get up there.
Winston tastes good like a cigarette should. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should. Winston gives you real flavorful, rich tobacco flavor. Winston's easy drawing too. The flavor comes right through to you. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
A modern filter? Sure, Winston has it. But that's only the beginning of a Winston. Up front, up where it really counts, Winston packs exclusive filter blend. Light, flavorful tobaccos, specially selected and specially processed for filter smoking. Filter blend. That's why it's fun to smoke Winston, America's best-selling filter cigarette.
Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
made the rounds of North Beach, stopping at a half dozen places before Harry the hack found the right one. It was a saloon built out over the water on a pier. It was called the Golden Fleece. I had a drink at the bar while Harry made arrangements.
She's here, all right.
Oh, where?
In the back room. Said she'd see you. She's waiting.
Thanks, Harry.
Well, Paladin, come in, come in.
Thanks. So, how have you been, Ma?
Paladin, I'd like it better if you called me Gertie.
All right, Gertie.
Sit down. Still as handsome as ever, huh?
Here the vigilantes have been giving you a bad time.
Ah, the vigilantes, why can't they leave an old woman alone?
Because if they did, that old woman would be running the city in 2 weeks.
So all I ask is to earn a living?
Yeah, I weep for you, Gertie.
That what you came here for? To cry over me?
No. I'm looking for a Chinese boy.
What makes you think he might be here?
Well, missing persons have a way of passing through your hands, Gertie.
You talk pure nonsense, Paladin.
Yeah, that may be, but
What are you doing?
What's this? Where'd you get this black silk coolie hat?
What coolie hat?
Stuffed behind this sofa pillow like someone was trying to hide it.
Well, now, Paladin, why'd anyone want to hide a thing like that?
I don't even know why a respectable lady like you would have a thing like this in her parlor. Unless it was dropped by its owner while he was being lowered unconscious through that trapdoor over there to a boat below.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, where is he, Gertie?
Where's who?
The owner of this cap.
Now, how would I?
This is Hay Boy's cap.
I've never heard of any hay boy.
Now, where is he, Ma?
You wouldn't harm me, Paladin.
If I had to.
Don't threaten me.
Where is he, Ma?
All right. I heard the Arabella Bishop was short some men.
Arabella Bishop.
The same. Clydeside clipper bound east for Liverpool round the Horn.
Did you sell Hay Boy to the Arabella Bishop?
You're too late, Paladin.
What do you mean?
Look out the window.
What?
The Arabella Bishop's weighed anchor, Paladin. She's already sailed.
That boy was shanghaied aboard the Arabella Bishop, and she was too far out in the bay for me to do anything about it. But if I couldn't intercept her by water, I could try to cut her off by land.
Well, yes, Mr. Paladin, I can beat it to the Presidio.
All right, Harry, let's go.
Yep, pal. Hit. What are you figuring on doing, Mr. Paladin?
Get that boy off the Arabella Bishop.
How? That tub's a sail.
There's a way.
You know who's master of the Arabella?
No.
Captain Forge. And I mean a cutthroat ain't been born to sail the seas.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of him.
He ain't going to give up no crew hand to you without a fight.
I think he will. And gladly.
Yeah, keep trying, Nellie. Sorry, I can't push old Nellie any faster, Mr. Paladin.
That's all right. Once we get over Russian Hill, we'll coast all the way out to the Presidio.
And then what?
I have friends in the Army, Harry.
Yes, but for what you're aiming to do, you ought to have friends in the Navy.
Look back there.
Yes?
You see, the Arabella Bishop, just beyond Yerba Buena? She's in irons. No wind. Now, look out toward the Golden Gate.
Fog coming in.
Exactly. By the time the Arabella Bishop gets out to the gate on the tide, we'll be waiting for her in the fog.
We'll be waiting?
Now, Harry, you're not going to abandon me, are you?
No, only, how are we going to get out there? Walk?
One thing at a time, my good Harry. Now that we're over the hump of Russian Hill, let's make all speed to the Army sutler on the Presidio. The sutler on an army post. A good man to know. Not only does he control the supplies, but he also has more restricted information than the commanding officer. And John Harrington, sutler at the Presidio, was the best west of the Rockies.
Captain Paladin.
Hello, John. How they treating you?
Oh, fine. What brings you out here on this wet, misty afternoon?
I thought we might go fishing, my friend and I.
Fishing in this muck?
Mm-hmm.
You won't be able to see your hand in front of your face by nightfall.
All the better for the kind of fish we're after.
Oh?
John, when I was stationed out here, there was always a small sailboat or two moored in that little cove to the leeward of Fort Point.
That's right. There's a couple out there now. Catboat?
That's too small.
A cutter?
Yeah, that's more businesslike. I don't suppose anybody will be using them this afternoon.
In this weather?
Do you have a yellow flag somewhere?
A quarantine flag, eh?
Exactly.
You think so?
Good. I'd like to borrow it. And a burgee for the mainmast to look official.
All this for a fishing trip?
That's right.
What are you expecting to catch?
Well, why don't you close up the store and come along and see?
I think I will. This looks like something the man shouldn't miss.
Martha, what do you hear from your sister?
She's coming for a visit, and I dread it.
Martha!
With the nagging backache and muscular aches and pains I've had lately, I feel worn out.
Nobody feels very spry with that discomfort, so do something for relief.
But how?
Try Doan's pills.
Good advice. That's Doan's Pills, an analgesic and mild diuretic to the kidneys. Nagging backache, also headache, dizziness, and muscular aches and pains may come on with overexertion, emotional upsets, or everyday stress and strain. Doan's pain-relieving action is often the answer, and they also offer mild diuretic action through the kidneys. So if nagging backache is making you feel worn out, tired, and miserable with restless, sleepless nights, don't wait. Try Doan's Pills, used successfully by millions for over 60 years. See if they don't bring you the same welcome relief. Get Doan's Pills today. To save money, buy Doan's Big Economy size.
With A Company guidons flying from the main and mizzen peaks and the yellow quarantine flag flapping at the main truck, the little pleasure cutter Daphne looked official enough to fool anyone in the late afternoon in a heavy fog. And that's just the way it was when we finally pushed off into the Golden Gate. We didn't have too much trouble finding the Arabella Bishop. She was picking her way down the bay like a lonely cat. Ahoy! Arabella Bishop! Ahoy! Ahoy! Who are you? U.S. Army cutter, Daphne. Heave to and prepare to be boarded. What is your business? Official inspection. We got nothing to inspect. We're carrying ballast and we ain't about to heave to less than a mile from the open sea. Sorry, Captain. Orders are orders. Well, your paper seems to be in order, Captain Ford.
Of course they're in order. I don't understand what all this tomfoolery is
Oh,
about.
by the way, I don't see any Chinese listed in your ship's roster.
That's right.
No Chinese on your crew?
No.
No Chinese cook, nothing like that?
No.
Huh. That's strange. We received information that you had a Chinese aboard.
Well, your informers were mistaken.
Well, I'm glad of that. For your sake, Captain. This Chinese is supposed to be suffering from the, bubonic plague.
The plague?
Yes. Our orders were to take him ashore and put him in quarantine. But, of course, since he's not aboard...
Just a minute. Bosun. Aye, sir? Those passengers. Passengers, sir? Oh, you numbskull. Those passengers you took aboard last night.
Oh, them passengers.
Yes. Was there a Chinese among them?
Well, it seems to me there was, sir.
Well, break him out. Bring him on deck.
You better bring the other passengers, too.
Now, look here.
You heard me, Bosun.
Aye, sir.
Passengers, huh? Ma Gertie said you were short-handed before you sailed.
So she's the informer. She gets hers from both ends, huh?
No, Captain. She was a sole discretion, protecting the good name of her clients until the very end.
She arrested again?
No. The end in this case was when I discovered a Chinese coolie cap under her sofa pillow. Now, really, Captain, your strong-arm boy should be more careful of the customer's personal property.
All right. Get out of there, all right.
There we are. 3, 4, 5. Well, you must have been short, Captain Ford.
Oh, Mr. Paladin.
Did he say Paladin? Why, you're not the U.S. Army.
Closer. I say. After all hands. Don't you move, Captain Ford. As you can see, my friends and I have you well covered. John.
Yes, Paladin?
Get Hayboy over the side and aboard the Daphne.
Maybe so. I help you here, Mr. Paladin.
Yeah, you've given me enough trouble already, Hayboy.
Hey, boy, not want to give trouble. I just walk down.
Go and hurry, Hayboy.
You
You can tell us all about it later on. Now, the rest of you passengers, this is the last call. All ashore that's going ashore.
Hey, wait a minute, Paladin. I paid good money for those men.
Then I suggest you get a refund from Ma Gertie. Tell her the merchandise was spoiled.
Hey, Paladin.
What?
That Chinese boy. Does he really have the plague?
I don't know, Forge. If you're still alive when you reach Liverpool, I think you can assume that he didn't.
Mr. Paladin, I was not mad at her.
Hey, boy, in matters of this sort, I don't feel it's disloyalty to the weaker sex to, stretch the truth. Now, Miss Wong feels that it was her fault that you disappeared. Now,
But I was not mad at her. I just walked down by Bayshore for fresh air and, someone hit me on the head.
yes, we know that, hey, boy, but there's no harm in letting her think you were angry with her. You see, you must be firm, hey, boy. Now, remember.
Yes, sir.
All right. Come in.
Hey, boy.
Yes, you won't?
What happened to you? Where did you go? Mr. Wong's so worried about you.
Oh. Miss Wong.
Yes, sir.
The hey boy was shanghaied.
Shanghai?
Yes.
Hey, boy, it serves you right.
Oh.
What you going to Barbary Coast for? Maybe you get drunk and Mr. Wong stay near Carl Eyesight. Hey, boy, having no consideration for Chinese girl. Oh, why I ever listened to you?
Mr. Paladin.
Yes, hey boy.
You think maybe so you can catch up with Arabella Bishop?
To put up.
Thirsty people everywhere prefer ice-cold Pepsi-Cola. And because it's light, it refreshes without filling.
Charlie, be sociable.
I am, Kay. Pepsi is a favorite of thirsty people from Maine to Hawaii, from Alaska to Florida.
Charlie,
It's perfect for parties or picnics. So serve Pepsi to your guests.
that's helpful, but
This is the sociable part. Keep plenty of Pepsi ice cold and ready. Remember, it goes fast because everybody likes Pepsi.
singing still sounds more inviting. May I? Be sociable. Look smart. Keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay up and debonair. Be sociable. Have a Pepsi.
But singing doesn't say, pick up an extra carton of Pepsi today. Better yet, get a case.
You do that.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by William N. Robeson. Featured in the cast were Edgar Barrier, Harry Bartell, Barney Phillips, Tim Graham, Charles Lung, and Virginia Christine. This is Hugh Douglas, inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
A bandit demands a medical miracle at gunpoint. Gunsmoke follows on the CBS.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, presents
Wild Bill Hickok! Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and gallop along with Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from the world's only talking cereal, Snap, Crackle, and Pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies!
Today, Kellogg's Rice Krispies brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story of Pettigrew's Prize Pig. Have some fun at breakfast, boys and girls. Have Kellogg's Rice Krispies. They're fun to eat and fun to listen to because they're the talking cereal. When you add cream or milk, they go snap, crackle, pop to tell you how fresh and crisp they are. Next time Mom makes out that grocery list, tell her to remember golden, delicious Kellogg's Rice Krispies. And be sure to stay tuned in so you can find out later in the program how to get an amazing new Aerodoodle rocket launching beanie. Boy, they're sensational. Of all those who fought to bring law and order to the Old West, one man stood head and shoulders above the rest. United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok. Hard riding, a fast draw, and a cool head brought Wild Bill and his big deputy Jingles through one dangerous adventure after another, just as it did the time they got wound up with Pettigrew's Prize Pig.
Now, you see there, Bill, that's the third poster we've seen advertising the big rodeo and stock show over at the county seat. Hey, why don't we go?
Because it's 20 miles out of our way, Jingles.
Oh, what's 20 miles?
It's a day's riding wasted, for one thing.
Oh, you're just plain hard rock stubborn, that's what. Why, doggone it, Bill Hickok, I've seen a Missouri mule that was real easy to manage compared to you.
That's so, partner?
It sure is. Why, you're getting so you don't know what fun is. All you look for is Gunsmoke and owl hoot.
Sounds like you called it, Jingles.
I knew it. Now I'll never get to see that rodeo.
Maybe we'll have one of our own. Come on, let's see what those shots were about. Hi, Buckshot. Run, boy, run!
Dig in, Joker. Let's go. Those shots weren't far away, Bill.
No, just down the road here.
Bill, it's a stage holdup.
Yeah, partner. Faster, Buckshot. Stretch out, boy.
Bill, I don't see no road agents around that stagecoach.
No, but you can see their dust going over the hill.
We going after him?
Let's pull up, see if anybody's hurt. Whoo, Buckshot, whoo.
What? Whoa, Joker. Hey, anybody hurt? We heard some gunshots.
No one was hurt, but those highwaymen, they have robbed me. Quick, after them. Go!
Whoa, now, slow down, stranger.
Yeah, mister. What'd they steal from you?
The blue eye. That is why they hold up the stagecoach. Just to take the blue eye from me. Quick, catch them and bring it back.
The blue eye? Bill, what's this gent sputtering about?
I don't know. Now listen, mister. If you don't slow down and explain, we can't help you.
Yeah, what's the blue eye? You still got both your eyes?
No, not my eye. No, the blue eye. It is the most beautiful, the most exquisite diamond you ever saw.
A diamond?
Yeah, that is what I say. The most beautiful, 15 carats it weighs, a perfect blue-white stone.
Well, what are you doing with a big diamond like that?
You'd better hurry and tell it, mister, if you want us to do anything about it.
Yeah, I will make it very simple for you.
Well, good. Then I can understand it.
Yeah, I am Eric Van Doom. And who is you?
Oh, so you finally got around to that. Well, this here's Wild Bill Hickok, and I'm his deputy Jingles.
Wild Bill Hickok? Then you are the law. Quick, I tell you. I represent the Crown Jewelry Company of Philadelphia. They send me all the way out here to deliver the blue eye to Mr. John Morris, the wealthy cattleman.
I know him.
Good. Now, it is for his wife's birthday. Now, I do not have the diamond. Those two highwaymen have taken it.
Where will you be?
Where will I be? Oh, I'm going to the county seat, Langville. But without the blue lights, it's no use.
If we get your diamond, we'll find you there. Come on, Jingles, let's track those varmints. Hi, Buckshot, hi!
Yeah, Bill. Maybe we'll get to the county seat after all. Jump, Joker! Ho, ho, ho! Bill, we're gaining on him.
Yeah, but we haven't caught him yet. Dig in, Buckshot.
Hey, you! No, I'm gonna ride you down. Get him, Joker.
They turned in that gate, Jingles.
Let's jump the fence here and head him off.
I'm with you. All right, Buckshot. Over it.
Jump, Joker.
All right, now after him, partner. All right, you two coyotes, pull in those nags.
Come and get us, you flat-headed saddle trap. All right, we will. I got this one, Bill.
Drag him out of those saddles, Jingles. Get in there, Buckshot.
Corral him, Joker.
Now, down you come.
You two-legged hyena. Almost dropped him right in that pig pen, Bill.
I don't know what you think you're doing, mister, but I'm going to teach you better.
Look out, Bill.
I got him, Jingles. Take care of yours.
Don't worry about this one, partner.
This is the last time you'll butt into anything. Maybe.
That's the one, Bill. Now, maybe you'll get up and talk some sense now.
All right. I've had enough.
And both of you back up against that pig pen. Get the gun, Jingles.
All right, Bill. I reckon we ought to just take him on into jail.
Jail? What are you talking about?
He's talking about robbing diamonds from stagecoach passengers. We trailed you from the holdup.
Badger, he's got us. Shut up, Mark.
So, we were right, huh? All right, hand over that diamond, Badger, if that's your name.
You'll have to crawl for it.
Bill! Bill, he threw it in the pig's feed trough.
What'd you do that for, Badger?
Quick, Jingles. That pig's going for it.
No, I'll get it.
No, I'll get it.
Bill! Oh, Bill, the pig beat me to it. He swallowed the diamond.
Oh, Mark, let him have it. Nice work, Mark. I bet that's the first time anybody ever got a chance to get Wild Bill Hickok from behind.
Hickok? Is that who it is?
Sure it is, Mark. Him and Jingles. I know him the minute they was close enough to see. But they ain't gonna give us no more trouble. Come on, give me a hand. We got work to do.
This is Charlie Lyon and Slim the Singing Cowboy, folks. Hey, Slim, did you hear about the swell new Aerodoodle beanie cap and rocket planes the Kellogg Company is offering boys and girls?
You bet your boots, Charlie. I got one right here in my pocket. Here.
Yeah, that's it. It's a bright red and green cap, kids, with a flexible plastic launching tube on top. Put the beanie on your head, fit a rocket plane on the tube that sticks out of the beanie, then blow on the other end, and zoom! The rocket plane zips off your beanie into the air. Goes as high as a house, too. Now, all you have to do to get one is send in 25 cents and a box top from a regular or large-sized package of Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Let's march right up to the table now. Rice Krispies taste the best. And how? Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Yes, kids, send the top off a regular or large-sized box of those swell-tasting Kellogg's Rice Krispies and send it to Kellogg's, Box 8500A, Chicago 77, Illinois, along with 25 cents. You'll get a complete Aerodoodle rocket outfit, but you better send for yours right away. Now let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok. When Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles scrambled forward on their knees, too late to keep the pig from gobbling up the diamond, Badger and Mark attacked suddenly and hit Bill and Jingles over the head.
What are you going to do with them, Badger?
Forget them for now. They're out cold. We got to butcher that hog and get our diamond back.
Oh, Badger, who's that shooting at us?
Get away from my pig pen, you sneaking varmints.
It's the old gent who owns this ranch.
That's his pig.
Grab our guns. The fat one took them.
Yeah. Here's yours.
Yeah.
Should I let the old gent have it?
Yeah, he ain't going to stop us from killing that pig.
Hey, he came too close that time.
Get away, I said, or I'll blast your heads off.
Ah, you missed.
Bill, what happened?
Badger, them lawmen are coming out of it.
Come on, let's get out of here. We can come back for that pig tonight.
All right.
Bill.
Yeah, Jingles.
Hey, Bill, look. They're getting away.
Let them go, partner.
Right, I'm coming. You polecats, I'll get you. Come back here. So, there was 4 of them. All right, you two, stand where you are. I missed your thieving partners, but I can't miss you this close.
No, you just hold your horses, Mr. Budinsky. I've been shot at enough tonight to make me downright unreasonable.
One move and I'll drill you right between your breakfast and your dinner.
Hold it, old-timer. If you shoot us, you're going to miss some right surprising news.
News? What news? Oh, no, you don't. Just stand still. You can talk from where you are.
Now, Dad, burn it, you old goat. Don't you know we're your friends?
Don't act like it trying to steal my prize pig.
Oh, steal nothing.
Hold it, Jingles.
Well, we wasn't.
Never mind.
Oh, all right.
Now, stop this palavering.
Quiet, you old burrhead, and listen to what Wild Bill Hickok's trying to tell you.
Hickok? Well, I'll be dogged. Imagine finding Wild Bill Hickok in my pig pen.
Yes, just imagine, you ornery old porcupine.
Now, you two back off and listen, Mr.
Pettigrew. Rutherford C. Pettigrew, Wild Bill.
Well, Mr. Pettigrew, thanks for saving our skin. Those 2 Jaspers you were shooting at held up a gin on the stage and took a diamond worth thousands of dollars.
Diamond? Well, what were they doing here?
Well, we tracked them here, that's what. Then one of them threw the diamond in your feed trough and tried to hide it from us.
That's what he was trying to do, but your pig swallowed it.
Swallowed it?
Sure he did.
Well, now, ain't that a fine mess of stew?
Afraid it is.
Yeah, if we're going to get that diamond back, it's going to be kind of hard on your pig.
Oh, no, you don't. That there's my prize porker. I'm taking him to the stock show over at the county seat tomorrow. He's going to win a blue ribbon for me.
Now, hold on.
Hold on nothing. Ain't nobody gonna lay a hand on that pig till after the judging. And the man that does is gonna get a brisket full of lead.
Then we better plan to spend the night guarding this pig pen. Those owl hoots will be back tonight, sure.
Well, they ain't gonna have no luck. Dagnabbit, what's all the fuss about a diamond for? It ain't worth nothing compared to a prize-winning blue ribbon porker like that there pig of mine.
Bill, the nights have gone and they ain't showed up yet. Reckon they gave up after all?
I doubt it, Jingles.
Well, they might just as well have. I'll blast their buttons off if they come around here.
Hey, that dog must be barking at something.
Quiet, Jingles.
Bill, I hear horses. And they're coming this way.
Looks like we're in luck, Mark.
Yeah, Badger. How are we gonna do it?
It's them, the sneaking polecats.
Shh. Let me handle this.
No such thing. I'll get them.
Hey, who's that?
I'll show you.
No, Pettigrew.
Come on, Bob. Try. Get up.
Now, doggone it, Pettigrew, you done it again. Now they'll just keep coming back.
Won't do 'em no good, I tell you. I'm shipping that pig to the county seat tomorrow morning on the train, and I'll be sitting right on top of the crate with a loaded sawed-off shotgun.
Yeah, and they'll hold up the train just like they did the stagecoach.
Wait a minute, Jingles. Maybe I've got an idea.
What kind of an idea, Bill?
We'll fix up 2 crates. Put them in a separate boxcar. I'll ride with the pig, and Pettigrew, you can ride with the other crate.
But Bill, what are you going to put in the other crate?
Well, Jingles, I figured we'd rig up a trap for those 2 Jaspers.
Trick, huh? Oh, no, you don't, Bill Hickok. I'm getting wise to you now. You ain't going to use me to impersonate no prize pig in a crate. Not on your tintype. No, sir-ree, Bob, sir. Doggone it. Oh, I'm so cramped up in this crate, I ain't never going to be able to walk again.
Shut up and sound like a pig.
No, I ain't going to do it. And besides, I'm thirsty.
Well, I got a canteen of water here, but you got a grunt for it.
Oh, now, Pettigrew, don't go teasing me like that.
Grunt, I said?
Oh, doggone it anyway.
That's better. Here's your drink.
Well, tear a board off so I don't have to drink it through the crack.
No, sirree. I gotta keep this crate closed up so nobody will get wise there ain't a pig in there.
Well, don't go away and leave me in here.
Now, you just shut up your talk and start grunting. Maybe I'll get you a ham sandwich.
No, not ham. I don't want nothing that reminds me of a pig. But if you happen to have a roast beef sandwich on you, well, that's different. Hey, what's going on?
We're just stopping to take on water at the junction, halfway to the county seat.
Well, I want to see Bill. I'm so cramped up in here I can't breathe. Now, let me out. I got to get some air.
No, sirree. You stay there till we get my pig safe at the stock show.
Hey, who's that?
I don't know. Grunt, be a pig.
Now we got you. Don't move, old Tommy, and you won't get hurt. Come on, Mark.
All right. You ain't taking my pig. Grunt, Jingles, grunt.
Hurry, Mark. We ain't got much time to load this crate onto the wagon.
Get away from there. I'll blast
Shut up, you old goat. I'll fix you right now.
I reckon he won't give us no more trouble.
Quick, get the other side of the crate. We got to get out of here with the pig before the train starts up again.
Gather round close to the radio, kids. I'm going to tell you about a wonderful surprise the Kellogg folks have for you. Right now, let's everybody sing about those crisp, golden good Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Come on now, let's sing. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Let's march right up to the table now. Rice Krispies taste the best, and how? Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Now, kids, listen to this. The Kellogg people want to send you a swell new Aerodoodle beanie and rocket launching outfit. It's a bright red and green beanie cap that fits on your head. But this beanie has a flexible plastic tube attached to the top. You fit a sleek, sturdy 5.5-inch rocket plane over that tube on the top of your beanie, then you blow on the other end of the tube. Zoom! The rocket plane shoots right up into the sky right off the top of your beanie. It'll go way high and come down looping the loops and diving and doing all kinds of fancy shenanigans. Boy, oh boy, it's real fun. So be the first in your block to get one. All you do is send the box top from a regular or large size package of crisp, golden Kellogg's Rice Krispies along with 25 cents to Kellogg's, Box 8500A, Chicago 77, Illinois. That's Kellogg's, Box 8500A, Chicago 77, Illinois. Okay, now let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok.
Wild Bill Hickok's trick to fool the robbers was working fine until the train stopped at the junction to take on water. There, the two bandits broke open the door to the express car, knocked out Old Man Pettigrew, and made off with a crate containing Jingles. A few minutes later, Wild Bill entered the express car and discovered the unconscious Pettigrew.
Hey, what happened here? Hey, Pettigrew, wake up.
Huh? Get away from that crate.
Pettigrew, snap out of it. Where's Jingles?
Oh. Hey, what are you doing away from my pig? You're supposed to be guarding him with your life.
And you were supposed to be guarding Jingles. Now, quick, what happened?
Well, them two varmints broke in here, hit him over the head, and took him away. Was back at the junction.
How?
Well, they said something about a wagon.
Didn't you try to stop him?
Not very hard. As long as they had him in that crate, they wasn't going to bother my prize porker. Pretty slick, huh?
If anything's happened to Jingles, you're going to wish you'd never seen that pig of yours.
Hey, where are you going, Hickok?
I'm going to stop this train and get Buckshot and Joker out of that boxcar up ahead. Then go after Jingles.
Well, what about my pig and the diamond?
You take care of me safe until those two varmints discover they've been tricked. And I've got to catch up to them before they do.
How much farther we going before we break open that crate?
Far enough so nobody will see us butchering that hog.
Help! Let me out of here!
Pat, what was that?
Huh? I didn't hear nothing.
Well, I did. That pig was talking.
You gone loco. Whoever heard of a pig talking?
Help! Let me out of here!
There it is again.
Yeah, I heard it that time.
Stop this wagon. I ain't have nothing to do with talking pig. That's bad luck.
That's gonna be bad luck, all right, for somebody.
Stop the wagon. I'm hightailing it back for town.
Shut up! We're gonna find out about this talking pig right now. Gee, you lop-eared cayuses, get over there. Come.
What are you gonna do?
Pull over in these trees and break open that crate. And if that talking pig is who I think it is, he ain't gonna talk no more. Oh now. All right, grab that crowbar. Yeah, and we'll uncover your talking pig.
Well, no, I ain't hankering for...
Stop jabbering and do what I tell you. Come on.
All right, Badger, I'm doing it.
Hey, what are you doing? Ow! Watch out, you'll bust my head in.
So, you and that no-good, low-down Hickok tricked me, huh?
Yeah. Pretty good trick, too, huh?
You ain't gonna think so, fat boy. I'm gonna kill you for this.
Now, you just hold on a minute.
Hey, Badger, who's shooting?
Woo, it's Wild Bill Hickok, you coyotes. Come on, Bill, I've got him cornered.
You ain't got us cornered, lordhead.
Get on, Jingles. Bill, I'm sure glad to see you. These bloodthirsty varmints was going to butcher me.
All right, Jingles. Load them in that wagon and we'll take them back to the sheriff.
I sure will, all right. Now get in there, you two.
All right.
You can drive, Badger. That's my 6th gun in your neck.
All right, get 'em moving. We've still got a diamond to rescue at the stock show. Move, I said.
Go on, Badger, drive me.
All right.
Get up, you crowbaits. Ha, ha! We going by the stock show first, Bill? It's right here.
All right, Jingles. Maybe these Jaspers would like to know what happened to the diamond they stole.
I never should have tried to trick you at that pig pen, Hickok. I'd have got away clean.
All right, Jingles, take the reins away from Badger and slow down.
Yeah. Whoa. Ho, team. Whoa, now. Hey, Bill. Here comes old Pettigrew waving a blue ribbon over his head.
Yeah. And there's Eric Van Doom running after him.
Hey, Pettigrew. Where'd you get the big blue ribbon?
My pig won it. I told you he would.
Congratulations. Hello, Van Doom.
Oh, Mr. Hickok, my diamond.
Yeah, what about the diamond?
A diamond? Well, now, that's the funniest thing. No sooner than the judge had said that hog of mine was the best in the whole show and give him the blue ribbon, guess what happened?
What? Huh? What happened?
Why, my pig started squealing real proud, and then he started coughing. And he coughed and coughed. All of a sudden, he coughed up this right in the middle of the ring.
The diamond.
It is mine. I tried to tell you. Give it to me. It is the blue eye.
Yeah, Mr. Hickok. Right then, this Mr. Eric Van Doom came running out and claimed the diamond. But I wouldn't give it to him. I saved it for you.
But he's right, Pettigrew. It is his. That's the man these bandits stole it from. You can give it to him now.
Well, all right, if you say so.
You heard him. Give it to Van Doom.
I am. Just don't get a burr under your saddle, Jingles.
Oh.
There you are, Duke. You better take good care of it from now on.
Oh, I will, yes, thank you. And thank you, too, Mr. Hickok. I go now to deliver it to Mrs. John Morris, who bought it. Thank you. Thank you again. Goodbye.
Well, that's that, Jingles. Now we can take these coyotes to jail.
Well, now, that's not quite all, Bill. The way I figure it, Pettigrew's prize pig wouldn't have ever got to that show if I didn't save his hide with my impersonation. So I reckon I ought to get that blue ribbon he won. It'll look real pretty stuck on my vest alongside of my star.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison and Andy Devine.
We'll be back with you Monday, folks, with another Wild Bill Hickok story.
Yeah, and it's a humdinger, too. All about Indians ready to raid, and Wild Bill Hickok standing between the warpath or peace.
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Right, it's the world's only talking cereal.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Kellogg's Rice Krispies are great. So long.
See you Monday.
Yes, sir. Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Benny Rubin, Earl Ross, Ed Max, and Jim Nusser. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant, story by Larry Hayes. This is a David Heyer production transcribed in Hollywood. Don't forget to listen Monday, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok leads us on a warpath or peace. Now, this is Charlie Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal. And Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
It's National Wheaties Week. Yes, it's National Wheaties Week, and Wheaties present Joel McRae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. On stage tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Tonight's case, the open range.
It is August 4th, 1948. Maury Buckler and his son Dave are driving across their ranch in a Jeep, dropping off salt cakes for their cattle.
There's the last stop, Pa.
Here. Well, drop this one here.
What's the matter, Pa?
Well, the last salt cake we dropped here is hardly touched. Look at it.
Huh? Why, yeah. No point in leaving another one.
Usually quite a few head around here. Wonder why they're not touching it. Suppose somebody could be running them off.
Rustlers, Pa? That's kind of out of date, I'd say.
Here.
Say, maybe there's a break in the fence down by the old road.
Yeah. Well, you better drive around the cottonwoods and have a look. There's a break. We can fix her right now.
I'll have to go back and get horses, though, if we're going to pick up the strays.
Yeah. We'll be able to see the fence now as soon as we get over this rise.
Hey, Pa. Pa, a big truck down there and a bunch of men with some of our stock.
So that's what's been happening to them. Speed it up. I'll get my rifle and back here.
Let's see us coming. You fellas better stay right where you are. Oh,
Dave. Dave. I'll get you for this.
Pa, come back, Pa. Oh. Pa. Let me help you.
Tales of the Texas Rangers will continue in just a moment.
It's National Wheaties Week, all right, and it couldn't happen to a nicer flake. Because look, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. And you know whole wheat. Of course, the naturally sweet whole wheat flavor of Wheaties is important, too. And good? My. Come on, help celebrate National Wheaties Week. Just buy 'em, that's all. Buy 'em and see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Dave Buckler managed to drag his father to the Jeep and drive to the nearest hospital, but the father was dead on arrival. Sheriff Clyde Johnson immediately called the Texas Rangers, and Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to the case.
What are you looking for, Ranger?
I thought we'd find some truck tire markings here, Sheriff. The ground's plenty hard, except for the dust settled on top. That'd hold a track, but... Hey, look.
Just a big, wide mark.
Yeah. Probably some brush hung from the tailgate of the truck. Wiped the tread right out behind him. Let's go through the fence.
Yeah. Must have been operating right about here.
Yeah. Plenty of cattle tracks, but no boot prints.
Wiped out their tracks like they did with the truck.
Smart. Probably dragged branches behind them. You can see where they were here, though. Tobacco crumbs and paper where they ground out their cigarettes.
Yeah.
Looks like 15 or 20 head they run off from the marks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go back to the car for a second. How do the Bucklers brand their herd?
Oh, just a simple letter L. Buckler's wife's name was Lou.
Do you know if their brand has been registered?
I don't believe it ever was, Ranger. Why?
I've got to make a radio call to KTXA in Austin. Unit 10 to KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA.
KTXA to Unit 10. Go ahead, Unit 10.
Unit 10 requests headquarters to ask all commission houses to be on lookout for marketing of any cattle carrying letter L brand or any altered brand that might have been made to cover letter L.
Will do, Unit 10.
May be part of stock stolen from Buckler Ranch on 8-4. Notify Unit 10 if any lead turns up. Unit 10, 10-4.
We'll keep Unit 10 informed. KTXA Austin.
Good idea, that call. Might get a lead.
Yeah. When we get through here, I want to go into the hospital and see Dave Buckler. He might just be able to describe the... Hey, wait.
What do you got?
Old cigarette lying right here near this bush. And scorched. Somebody started to light it but didn't finish.
Yeah.
That's a matchbook lying in the bush. Whatever happened, it made a fella forget about his cigarette. Must have been when the Bucklers came over the hill. Feller saw him, threw the cigarette and matches down just as he was getting ready to light up.
Yeah, that could be all right.
Half the matches are still in the book. Ones that are missing are all torn off from the left side of the book.
So?
So the man who had this book of matches is left-handed. Let's get into the hospital.
No, Ranger. I'm right-handed, so was Pop. Matches couldn't have been ours.
Just making sure. Can you describe any of the stock they made off with, Buckler?
Well, yeah. And most of them were white-faced. But there was one of the calves that had a mottled face.
Mottled, huh?
Yeah.
Good. That helps.
My pa was such a good guy, Ranger. I wish I could climb out of here and help you find those dirty...
Can you give me any kind of a description of the men?
No. I never got a good look at him.
A couple of days went by, then a week. There was no sign of the Buckler cattle with the L brand. I went back to headquarters to see Captain Stinson.
No sign of those cattle, huh?
Not ahead, Captain.
Well, they might be afraid to unload them so soon after a killing.
That means they'd have to vend or alter the brands and put them out to graze. I don't think they'd want to be too close to them for fear of being spotted.
Neither do I, Jace. That's why I've got an idea. Ever think of trying Camp Hood?
No, but I should have. It's a perfect spot for them. 35 square miles of free grazing land.
Yeah. Ever since the Army deactivated the camp, a lot of ranchers have been using it. Our last check showed 15,000 head there, all kinds of brands. Fattening up until the owners cut them out for marketing.
Sure. Buckler's cattle with altered brands covering that L could be waiting there for the thief to come back and get them whenever he wants.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's a lot of territory and a lot of cattle for one man to cover. I'm going to have Bud Kurtz come in and go with you.
Kurtz? Fine.
The commission houses are still on the alert. We got them stopped on the selling end. Now it's up to you to find those cattle. They're the only key to the killer.
Bud Kurtz and I drove to Camp Hood, unloaded our horses, and started to check the open range. In 3 days, we ran across more than 50 brands, all legitimate. But on the fourth day... Cowpokes are pretty busy, Kurtz.
Yeah, cutting out a few calves over there.
There's a branding fire and 2 men.
They see us coming.
Keep your eyes peeled. They may be all right, but if they aren't, one of them may throw a gun.
Oh, boy. Howdy, Rangers.
Howdy.
You can let that one go, Pete.
No. Hold him for a minute.
What's the matter, Ranger?
Let me frisk you.
I'll get this fella.
Why? What's wrong, Ranger? I ain't got no gun.
Just checking out. What's your brand?
Nothing on this fella, Jay.
Well, there's the iron right there.
J in the center of a box, huh?
Yeah. My name's Jack Stern. Got a ranch up in Box Canyon. Brand's supposed to be Jack in the Box.
What are you doing with this stock?
Well, changing over to my brand.
From what? An L brand?
No, Square U. Like that one over there. Ain't added my brand on him yet. Well, take a look at it. See?
Yeah, I see. It's a Square U now, but it was an L. That brand's been altered. Okay, let him go.
Find something, Jace?
Yeah. Where'd you get this stock?
I bought them last night. Is anything wrong?
They were stolen a week ago.
I got a bill of sale for them, Ranger. Fellow who had them was cutting them out yesterday. Said he was taking some steers to market, but he wanted to sell the cash for $60 a head, so he wouldn't have to keep coming all the way back from Rollo to get them.
Came from Rollo, huh?
That's what he said. But here's the bill of sale. Name was Vic Morath. Ranger, you must be making a mistake.
Maybe. How many calves did he sell you?
8 of them. Boys bought these 2 in here, and they're getting the others now.
Good. Is there a mottled face in the bunch, Stern?
Yeah, there is.
Guess that settles it, Jace. This is Buckler's stock.
Yeah. We better drive him out and have a van pick him up. Lab can examine the brands.
What about my money?
Your claim's against the man who sold them to you, Vic Morath from Rollo. If that was his right name.
If he moved steers out too, Jace, they should be turning up at a commission house in a day or so.
Yeah. In the meantime, Stern, I'll have to hold you and your boys in custody for possession of stolen property.
Ain't it enough that I lost $480?
Maybe it'll teach you not to pay cash for cattle until you've checked on them.
I didn't pay cash. I gave Morath a check.
A check?
You mean he took a check from you?
Yeah. Hey, maybe I can stop payment.
You won't have to. We'll do it for you. Where's your bank?
Ranchers and Merchants Trust in Abilene. President knows me. His name's Chalmers.
All right, Stern. Kurt, you bring him and his boys into town with the stock. I'll meet you there. I got to get to a phone and call that bank. I rode charcoal hard into town, found a phone and put a call through for Mr. Chalmers, president of the bank in Abilene. But I was too late.
I'm sorry, Ranger Pearson, but Mr. Morath cashed that check shortly after we opened this morning.
Did you ask Morath for identification?
Yes, but he didn't have any on him.
And you cashed the check anyhow?
Well, he asked us to call his bank in Rollo for a reference to save him time. He even paid for the call.
You mean he actually comes from Rollo and they've heard of him there?
The Rollo State Bank said he had an account there.
But you don't actually know whether the man was Morath.
Well, after all, Ranger, when the man paid for the call to his own bank in Rollo...
Did Morath endorse the check?
Yes, it was endorsed in my presence.
Will you rush that endorsed check to my headquarters? I want to look at that signature. When the check came through, Kurtz and I left for Rollo, Texas. At Rollo, we went directly to Morath's bank.
Vic Morath? Why, yeah, I know him.
This his signature?
I'd have to compare it with his signature card. Just a moment. M-A-S-M-A-U. Ah, yeah, here we are. Now he takes both signatures and see.
They're not the same, Jace.
No. Thank you.
Anytime, Ranger.
Come on.
What now, Jace?
Morath's ranch is only about a mile out. We better drive out there and see him.
Sure you won't have a drink, Rangers?
No, thanks.
Oh, so somebody's been using my name, huh?
Looks that way. You know who it might be?
No, but it's a cinch it wouldn't be a friend. Forgery's a mighty low trick.
I figure it may have happened 100 times before, Mr. Morath, but this is the first time we caught it.
I'm mighty glad you did. I don't like my name being mixed up with thieving and killing.
Of course, you'd never see the checks. They'd go right back to the man who made them out after they were cashed. Anybody ever forged your name to a check that went through your own bank?
I know. If anybody had and I knew it, I'd have taken a bullwhip to him.
No help here, Jace.
No. Well, thanks for your cooperation, Mr. Morath. We can find our way out.
So long, Mr. Morath.
You sure you won't take one of these before you go? I'm having another.
No, thanks.
That certainly led us into a blind pass.
Huh?
I said Morath was no help. What's the matter with you, Jace?
I was just thinking of that book of matches I found on the range out at Buckler's.
The ones that were dropped by somebody left-handed?
Yeah. I watched Morath pouring that drink for himself. He's left-handed, Kurtz.
That's mighty thin and circumstantial, Jace.
Sure, I know it is. Just a passing thought. I better call KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA. Unit 10 back in service.
KTXA to Unit 10. Have message for you.
Go ahead, KTXA.
Cattle with L brand offered for sale this afternoon at Tully Commission House, Fort Worth. Cattle inspector reports brand might have been L brand from Buckler Ranch.
Did Commissioner get name and address of seller?
Seller refused to have check mailed. Said he would pick it up tomorrow after stock was weighed and priced. Gave his name is Vic Morath, Rollo, Texas.
Just left Morath at home in Rollo. Unit 10 and Unit 6 proceeding to Fort Worth. We'll be there when Commission House opens in morning. Unit 10, 10-4.
Got a long drive ahead of us, Jace.
Yeah, but this is the break we've waited for.
It's not so important now, is it, that Morath happened to be left-handed?
No. Not now, it isn't.
In just a moment, we continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson.
It's National Wheaties Week everywhere, even backstage in our studio here tonight. Sure it is. We're all buying and eating Wheaties this week. And here's living proof, the man who dramatizes Tales of the Texas Rangers, Mr. Joel Murcott. Am I right, Joel? Are you getting your Wheaties?
I sure am, Frank. And not only that, I've got Wheaties written into the breakfast script for Mrs. Murcott and our 4 kids, too. Seems like eating Wheaties is little enough to do for them when they do so much for us. Folks, I hope you feel that way, but even if you don't, try Wheaties once. Just to show us you like our shows. What do you say? After all, National Wheaties Week only comes once a year.
Thank you, Joel Murcott.
We reached Fort Worth during the night and examined the cattle in the Commission House stock pens. They were part of the Buckler L brands, all right. All next day, Bud Kurtz and I were staked out in the Commission House office. But the man impersonating Morath never showed to pick up his check.
Well, have to wait again tomorrow, Jace.
I don't think so. He won't be coming.
What do you mean?
Our man didn't show because somebody tipped him not to show.
Think somebody in the Commission House slipped up?
Maybe not, Kurtz. Maybe we slipped up.
Maybe we did. What do you mean, Chase?
I'll tell you as soon as we find a photograph of Vic Morath, the real one from Rollo. It took almost 2 days to find a picture. We went through newspaper files, breeders' publications, cattlemen and ranchers' journals, county fair souvenir books. Captain Stinson found what I was after.
Jace, look. Is Morath one of these?
Yeah, that's it, Captain. That's Morath in the center.
Group picture. Who are the others?
Picture comes from a breeder's journal. Caption says it's the Morath Ranch Rodeo team. Had the highest group score at the Rollo Rodeo in 1946, 2 years ago.
I want to see if Stern or Chalmers, the banker, can identify Morath as the man who sold those calves.
But we know it wasn't Morath, Jace. The signatures didn't match.
They don't have to. Morath is left-handed. He might have endorsed the check with his right hand just to cover up.
Hey, Jace may have something there.
It's worth trying.
Stern has been released. I'll call him at his ranch and have him meet us at his bank in Abilene. How about it, Stern? Is this the man, the bare-headed one in the center?
No. No, Ranger. I never saw him before.
How about you, Chalmers? Is this the man who presented the check?
No, it isn't.
Another washout, Jace.
Let me see that picture again.
Sure, here.
I'm not sure, but this fellow on the end, right here. You look at it, Chalmers.
Why, yes. Yes, I believe that is the man.
One of the cowpokes, huh? Come on, Kurtz. We're going to visit the sheriff at Rollo.
Yeah, I know that feller. Quit working for Morath about a year ago. Bought himself a little ranch not far from Morath's, over near Comanche Gulch.
Cowpoke has to be pretty thrifty to buy a ranch. What's his name?
Buzz Black. Better get over to Comanche Gulch, Jace.
Yeah. Thanks, Sheriff.
Sure, glad to be of service. Well, we're going to be able to tell Morath who's been using his name.
We don't have to tell him. I got a hunch he already knows.
What makes you say that?
Black didn't go back to pick up that check. Somebody warned him those cattle were getting hot. That means Morath.
But if he's in on it, why would he let Black use his name?
Because he's smart. False signature makes him look like an innocent victim. His reputation is good.
And as soon as we went to him, he knew we were on the trail, and he told Black and the others to lay low.
Right. Let's get Black for a starter.
All right, Black, throw up your hands.
Huh? Oh, you scared me, Ranger.
Drop that hammer.
Oh, sure. I don't know what this is all about, but
It's about an old man who was shot to death while you were running off some of his cattle with an ale brand.
Me? Oh, you're crazy. I never...
We got 3 people who can identify him. Man who bought the calves, banker who cashed a check, and the commissioner who bought the steers in Fort Worth.
All right. So what? I found the cattle out at Camp Hood.
You don't find cattle with a brand on them. They weren't Mavericks. You better talk, Black.
I'll talk when I see a lawyer.
You wait that long and Morath will run out, and you'll be facing it alone. That old rancher was murdered.
I didn't shoot him. I swear it, Ranger.
No jury's going to believe you, unless you tell us who did it, and we find the gun he used.
All right. It was Morath. He started the whole thing. Was his idea.
Who rode with you?
1 folks from here, 6 from Morath's place.
What's that?
Rider taking off in a brush, Jace.
Stop! Too late. He made cover.
Isn't the Morath Ranch over that way, Black?
Yeah, that was my rider. Must have sneaked up and hurt us.
I'm going to handcuff you to this wagon.
Now, wait a minute.
We'll be back for you later. Come on, Kurtz.
They'll know we're coming now. They'll scatter, Jace.
You better call headquarters for more units. We put through the call and headed for Morath's ranch in the car, hoping to beat the rider. He must have stopped on the way and phoned Morath because the ranch was clear when we got there.
They cleared out, Jace. Better get the horses out of the trailer and start tracking.
Wait a minute, Kurtz. Look at this driveway.
Funny marks.
Yeah. Brush trailing behind a truck to wipe out the tracks. I've seen that before. And this is fresh. A branch caught in the edge of that mesquite when they turned into the road and snapped it. The brake is new.
That means they're heading for the highway.
Probably all riding together in the truck. There'll be an arsenal on wheels. Come on. Units we called for can set up roadblocks and converge on them. Unit 10 to KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA.
KTXA to Unit 10. Go ahead.
Subjects wanted for killing of Maury Buckler making getaway in cattle truck from Morath Ranch at Rollo. Check license numbers of vehicles registered to Morath.
Will do, Unit 10.
Subjects headed for main highway will probably turn south toward closest border point. Unit 10 and Unit 6 headed that way. Have other units converge on area and set up roadblocks with highway patrol.
Units 3 and 8 nearby. We'll notify them.
We'll make direct contacts with units as we close in. Unit 10, 10-4. Kurtz, you can commandeer the sheriff's radio car in town. Give us a chance to spread out more.
It's going to be like tackling a tank, Jace.
Yeah. Break out a Tommy gun and put it on the seat. We moved in from all points. There were no side roads that weren't covered by our units. Morath and his men were locked in our ring. I kept my foot heavy on the gas pedal. Then far ahead, as I approached the intersection of State 12, I saw the truck dip over a rise. Unit 10 to Unit 3. Unit 10 to Unit 3.
Unit 3, go ahead, Unit 10.
Subject's truck less than a mile ahead of Unit 10, nearing intersection point your area.
Ready for them, Unit 10. Unit 6 to Unit 10.
Go ahead, Unit 6.
Unit 6 now on main highway south of intersection.
Block highway at that point, Unit 6. Subjects are between Unit 6 and Unit 10 now, unless they turn off.
Unit 3 has reached intersection point of State 12. We'll block off intersection.
Good, Unit 3. Unit 8 has blocks still further south if subjects break through. I drew closer to the speeding truck as it topped a rise and headed down toward the intersection of the state highway. I could see the sheriff's car Kurtz had borrowed blocking the road and Unit 3's car in the center of the turnoff. The truck skidded and started to make a turn and come back toward me. I swung my car across the road, grabbed the Tommy gun, and jumped out. Stop that truck! All right, let him have it!
No more shooting, Rangers, no more. We'll come out.
All of you still alive, come out with your hands up.
You all right, Chase?
Yeah. How about you, Clint?
I'm okay.
All right, you men. Get over there and keep your hands up.
I got him covered, Jace.
One dead in the back there and a couple wounded. Hey, where's Barat?
On the other side of the cab, dead. He came out shooting and I nailed him.
Ah, there he is. Better break that rifle out of his grip. Ballistics can tell if it's the one that killed Buckler.
He'll be the one, all right. Or he wouldn't have tried so hard to keep us from getting him.
Vic Morath's rifle was positively identified as the one used in the slaying of Rancher Maury Buckler. Buzz Black and the other men who had assisted Morath were given penitentiary sentences ranging from 20 to 99 years.
And now, here's the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Another triumph for the Rangers, and another grand performance by our distinguished star, Mr. Joel McCrea. And here he is with a few words for you personally about National Wheaties Week.
I hope you're enjoying Tales of the Texas Rangers, and it would give me a whole lot of pleasure, partner, if I thought you'd go out and get a box of Wheaties tomorrow because of our program. Since it's National Wheaties Week, it's a pretty good time to get those Wheaties. Will you do that? Good night.
Good night, Joel. You know, Wheaties and I were going to send you a free case of Wheaties, but then we thought, oh, that's silly. Joel McCrea eats Wheaties, so chances are his kitchen shelf is loaded. And what National Wheaties Week is really for is to get other people to eat Wheaties. Frankly, folks, it's to get you to know and appreciate the fact that there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's right, a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. National Wheaties Week is for you to buy Wheaties and try them and see for yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. So, no free Wheaties to you, Joel. You can buy them just like all the rest of it. Right, folks? Don't forget, Breakfast of Champions.
Come on, everybody, to the Wheaties party. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Dance together, cheek to cheek. This is National Wheaties Week. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Wheaties, a breakfast of champions.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Saddle Tramp. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Tom Tully, Bert Holland, Joe Duval, Byron Kane, Paul Dubuff, and Bob Cole. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keith. Hal Gibney speaking.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen on Wednesday night to Brian Donlevy in Dangerous Assignment on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then. And remember, it's National Wheaties Week.
Tomorrow, Sam Spade cuts a caper and Robert Merrill sings on NBC.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
The story you are about to hear is true.
The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to Juvenile Division. A steady supply of obscene literature is finding its way into a half a dozen high schools in your city. You get a lead on one of the sources of supply, a 17-year-old high school senior. Your job, pick him up. Fatima, America's first largest-selling blended cigarette. Now, best of all king-size cigarettes.
Prove it yourself today. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And in Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Definitely the best quality in its class, but the same price as the cigarette you're now smoking.
Buy Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. Best of all king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, November 8th. It was windy in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Juvenile Division. My partner's Ed Jacobs. The boss is Captain Stein. My name's Friday. It was 11:05 a.m. when we got to the basement floor of Gorman High School. The locker room.
Which way, Steve? You want to show us which locker's yours?
You still haven't told me what this is all about.
Routine check, son.
Yeah, but why do you have to pick on me? Why do you have to see my locker?
We're not picking on you, Steve. Now, how about it? Which locker's yours?
Right here. This is mine, 318. Here's the key.
No, you open it, Steve.
Just a couple of personal things of mine, that's all.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll open it. Well, there you are. See for yourself.
Want to take your things out of the locker, son?
You can see what's in there, can't you? My gym stuff, a couple of textbooks.
How about digging back in the corner, left-hand side there?
Where?
You know where I mean. Come on, Steve, dig them out.
Back here, you mean? These joke books?
That's right. Let's have a look, huh?
Why? Just a couple of joke books. A kid gave them to me.
Bring them out, Steve.
Okay. Just a couple of them. Kid gave them to me. There.
Looks like more than a couple.
That's what you call a joke book, Steve?
That's what the kids call them, yeah. Some of them are a little dirty. Not so bad, though.
They're filthy, Steve, and you know it. Now, where'd you get them?
I told you. Kid gave them to me.
Who? What's his name?
Oh, some kid around school. I don't remember right now.
Gave you these books for nothing?
Sure. I had a couple he wanted. We traded off. A lot of the kids have them. They trade them around.
That stack you got there, they look pretty new. Couldn't have been passed around much.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Matter of fact, they look brand new, don't they? Don't even look like they've been opened yet.
How come you're rousting me on this thing? What about the other kids? They got them, too.
They're buying them, Steve. They're not selling them.
I'm not selling them. Anybody says that's a liar.
No good, son. We talked to the fellows here at the high school. Some kids over at the junior high school, too. They all say you're the one who's selling them.
Well, they're liars.
Both the fellows in high school and the kids down the street in junior high. They say you've been selling this stuff for months. Now, how about it?
They're lying, that's all. They don't know what they're talking about.
You've been selling these 35 cents a piece, 3 for $1. Last couple of weeks, you've been peddling pictures, too, $1 a piece. You got any of them in your locker, Steve?
A couple. I got them off another kid.
What other kid? What's his name? What's his name?
Some kid. I don't remember.
It's not much of an answer, son.
What do you want from me anyway? I told you I'm not selling the books. I don't care what those other goofs say. It's my word against theirs.
Now, maybe you ought to get this straight, son. We're not out to get you. You're way down the line. We want the people at the top, the men who print this junk, the wholesalers, the big distributors.
So why ask me? I don't know anything about it. Nothing.
You don't want to cooperate, is that it?
What am I supposed to cooperate about? I'm not mixed up in anything.
We think you are, son. We know you are. Who are you selling this for? Where do you get your supply?
All you see is what's in my locker. I ain't selling. I don't have any supply. You got to go far to prove I have.
Not very far, Steve.
What?
From about here to your home. 11:38 a.m. After picking up his supply of obscene books and photographs to be booked later as evidence, Ed and I drove the subject, Stephen Banner, to his home approximately a mile from the high school. His apprehension and our theory that he probably kept the bulk of his supply of books and pictures at or near his home was no accident. For weeks, we'd known that a steady stream of pornography was being fed into a half a dozen high schools and junior high schools throughout the city. Books, photographs, pictures, and pamphlets of the worst kind. Because of embarrassment on the part of the curious teenage kids who bought this stuff, it wasn't easy to pick up a solid lead. After weeks of observation and questioning, we finally narrowed down the principal source of supply to a single teenage boy, Stephen Banner. Even then, we knew he must be only one of 100 small-time distributors working for the persons directly responsible for manufacturing this sort of thing. Our only hope was that he'd be willing and able to supply us with the names of the persons responsible. When we got to Stephen Banner's home, where he lived with his sister and brother-in-law, we searched it thoroughly, but we found nothing. Both his sister and brother-in-law were at work. We went back and started checking through the garage at the rear of the house.
Joe, back here in the corner?
Yeah.
Have a look. Steve, you want to tell us about this?
Yeah.
These books here? These pictures, case full of them?
Yeah.
Well, how about it, son? Your sister and brother-in-law know about this?
No, they don't know anything. I didn't think you'd find them.
Well, you ready to tell us about it?
My sister going to have to find out?
I don't know, Steve. It's going to be pretty hard to keep it from her.
Yeah, I guess so.
Who's the contact, son? Where'd they come from?
Charlie Freiberg. Only the books, though. Pictures came from another guy. It's a long story.
Well, we got the time, son. Who is this Freiberg?
Met him downtown one Sunday, Penny Arcade on Broadway. Me and this other kid were in there, Bud Spencer. Freiberg came up, started to talk to us.
All right, go on.
He finally took a couple of these books out of his pocket, gave them to us. He wanted to know what we thought of them. Told us he had plenty of them if we knew any other kids who wanted them.
You knew you and your friend Bud were in high school?
Yeah, that's right.
What else, Steve?
Well, that's about it. He asked me and Bud if we wanted to sell for him around school.
This friend of yours, Bud Spencer, he's selling them too?
Yeah. He goes to a different school, though. Both of us did pretty good with the books, sold real fast. The pictures are even better.
That's so. You say you didn't get the pictures from Freiberg. There was somebody else?
A man by the name of Jack. Don't know his last name. Freiberg put us onto him, gave us an introduction, set up the deal. We got the pictures for 75 cents. Most of the time, they get us $1, $1.50 a piece. Bud and I did pretty good.
You know any other fellows working for this Freiberg, Steve? Any other kids in school, I mean?
No, just Bud and me. That's all I know. It wouldn't be so bad if it was just the books. That lousy Charlie. He had to go and promote the party routine, get everybody mixed up in that.
How do you mean? What's that all about?
Charlie. He stays at this place out on Sepulveda. It's a motel. That's where we always contacted him.
Yeah.
After a couple of weeks, when we got to know him, he asked me and Bud out to this place. Said he was going to throw a party. Told us to bring our girlfriends along. Turned out we were the only ones at the party. Me and Bud and the girls and Charlie Freiberg. Party lasted pretty late. I should have been smart enough to figure it out. I wasn't.
What do you mean, Steve? Figure out what?
Why'd Charlie be throwing parties just for us? The first 2 times there wasn't anything wrong. We just talked, danced with the girls, drank some beer. Charlie told us to have a good time. He threw a party every Friday night. Never broke up till after 3 o'clock.
How old are your girlfriends, yours and Bud's?
17. They're both 17. They've been around, though. No use kidding you. They weren't very smart, I can tell you that. None of us were, I guess. Next couple of parties, Charlie had whiskey there. Some girls drank right along with him. So did we.
Freiberg served the whiskey, did he?
Yeah, that's right. He loaded the drinks, kept handing the girls a lot of stuff about how he used to be a director in pictures. He had a lot of connections in Hollywood. The last party I was at, he said he was going to get the girls' screen test. A lot of malarkey like that.
Mm-hmm. What else, Steve?
I don't know. I had a beef with Charlie about it, and I walked out. I haven't been back since.
Does he still throw these Friday night parties, do you know?
Maybe. I don't know. There were 3 or 4 after the last one I walked out on. Them girls think Charlie's just great. God, so I can't stand the guy.
How about the parties you didn't show up for, Steve? You get a rundown on them?
Well, I heard a couple of things, yeah. Sure glad I wasn't there.
How do you mean?
Them girls never fails. The oldest line in the world. They still go for it.
What's that?
Tell them you're going to get them in the movies. We
continued questioning the subject, 17-year-old Stephen Banner. He gave us a full description of the man who'd been selling him the books, Charles Freiberg, and also a description of the man known as Jack, the one who'd been supplying him with pictures and photographs. In addition, he gave us the addresses of the two men, a fair description of Freiberg's car, no license number, and the names and addresses of the two girls he and his friend had taken to Freiberg's parties. 1:20 p.m. Ed and I took the case of obscene books from the garage, loaded it in the back seat of our car, and Stephen Banner directed us to the high school attended by his friend Bud Spencer. We picked up the Spencer boy and drove him and Banner downtown to Georgia Street Juvenile, where we booked them in on 700B, Welfare and Institution Code, lack of supervision. We drove to the motel out on Sepulveda, but the suspect, Charles Freiberg, had moved out 5 days before, no forwarding address. It wasn't a dead end, though. From his motel registration card, we got the description and license number of his car. On the way into the office, we checked out the address of his confederate, the man known as Jack. He'd moved the same day as Freiberg, no forwarding address. Back at the office, DMV got a make on the license number for us. The car registered in Freiberg's name, 239 West 92nd Street. We went down to R&I and pulled the package on the suspect. 3:40 p.m.
Last address on him was 3 years old. How's his record read?
Well, he's been in the business before. A couple of ag charges, a 311 charge, too. Possession of obscene literature.
Served 8 months in county jail. Mugshot there?
Yeah, here.
Mm-hmm. Close enough to the way the boy described him.
I'd say so. His M.O., too.
Huh?
Same pitch the last time they got him, working the high school trade. Passed himself off as a studio man, movie director.
How about the other man, Jack? You got anything there?
No, not yet. I gave the information on him to the stats office. They're going to make a run for us. Well, I guess we better check on the kids' girlfriends, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Get their stories.
Yeah, I suppose so. It sure gets me, Joe.
What's that?
Very young girls like that, out at motel parties till 3 a.m. drinking.
Yeah.
17-year-olds, no reason for it, no reason at all.
Well, I can think of one that might do.
Huh?
Their parents. We checked out the suspect's address furnished us by DMV and also the information from the R&I package. They went nowhere. We had a second interview with Stephen Banner and his friend Bud Spencer. We showed them Freiberg's mugshot and both of them identified it. We got out a broadcast and an APB on him. 4:12 p.m. Together with policewoman Doreen Statesel, Ed and I drove out to interview the two teenage girls involved, a Dorothy Ryan and a Laura Osborne. We stopped at the home of the Osborne girl first, but she wasn't there, and neither were her parents. An older sister told us that both the mother and father were working and that Laura was at a neighborhood school for models taking her weekly lesson. We checked at the modeling school, a converted second-floor social hall, where we finally located the girl, a tall brunette, dark eyes, fair complexion. The heavy makeup didn't do much to hide her age. While the modeling lesson went on, policewoman Statesel, Ed, and I talked to the girl off in one corner of the hall.
Your friend, Steve Banner, he took you to those parties at Mr. Freiberg's place?
Uh-huh, that's right. Very nice man. He was always nice to Dorothy and me. Dorothy Ryan, she came to the parties with Bud. He's a friend of Steve Banner's.
Mm-hmm. You have no complaint to make about this, Mr. Freiberg? He never caused you trouble of any kind?
Charlie? Well, no. As I told you before, that business about Steve getting mad just because Charlie told us he'd get us in the movies. Well, it was silly, that's all. Plain silly. Charlie was just helping us.
How do you mean, Laura?
Well, he's in Hollywood, you know, Charlie Freiberg. He has lots of connections. He just wanted to help us get some good modeling jobs. That's why he took our pictures. There was nothing wrong.
You continued going to these Friday night parties without the two boys, is that right?
Yes, Dorothy and me. There wasn't anything wrong with it. We knew Charlie as well as they did by that time. A few bathing suit pictures, that's all. There was nothing wrong in that.
Did you ever see prints of any of those pictures, either you or Dorothy Ryan?
No, but Charlie's going to get us some. He promised he would.
You know where he is now?
No, he moved. I haven't any idea where he is.
When's the last time you saw Freiberg, miss?
About 10 days, 2 weeks ago. What's this all about, officer? You looking for Charlie?
How does he usually contact you, Laura? By phone?
Yeah, usually calls.
Has he called you lately?
Well, I don't know. Why are you looking for him? Can't you tell me?
Routine investigation, miss.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know where Charlie is. Why can't you tell me why you want him?
We want him.
Why? Can't you give me a reason?
This is one of the reasons, Laura. Would you look at this picture?
Charlie took this?
It's his business, Laura. That's the way his police record reads.
I can't believe it.
That's one reason we want Freiberg. There's lots of others. You willing to help us, Laura?
You said they'd be beautiful, glamorous. They're not.
You know where he stays now?
No, I'll find out, though.
How do you mean?
I've got a date with him. Supposed to meet him out on Wilshire and La Brea.
When's that?
8 o'clock tomorrow night.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And in Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
To show our confidence in Fatima, we make this money-back guarantee to every king-size cigarette smoker.
Buy a pack of Fatimas. Enjoy Fatima quality, extra mildness, and superbly blended tobaccos.
If you're not convinced Fatima is better than the king-size cigarette you're now smoking, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas before August 1st, 1952, and we'll give you your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1.
Remember, each king-size Fatima gives you an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Switch to Fatima today. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
November 8th, Wednesday, 5:30 p.m. After our interview with 17-year-old Laura Osborne, policewoman Doreen Statesel, Ed, and I drove to the home of Laura's girlfriend, Dorothy Ryan, who was also present at the motel parties given by the suspect, Charles Freiberg. Her story of what had happened was essentially the same as the one we got from the Osborne girl. That night, we met with the parents of both girls. They were well-meaning and cooperative. They admitted their mistake. It was the same old story of lack of supervision and very little home life. The parents told us that they had no idea of what had been going on or the late hours that their teenage girls had been keeping. Besides promising closer supervision of the girls, they told us they would notify us immediately if the suspect Freiberg made any attempt to contact their daughters. 6:25 p.m. We got back to the office, put in a call to Stephen Banner's home, and notified his sister and brother-in-law that the boy was being held for further interrogation. We also notified the parents of Bud Spencer. The following morning, Ed and I went across the street to the district attorney's office, presented our case, and a warrant was issued on Charles Freiberg for 702 WIC, contributing to the delinquency of a minor. At 7 o'clock that night, Ed and I staked out on a cocktail lounge near the intersection of Wilshire and La Brea, the place where the suspect had told Laura Osborne to meet him. 7:30, 7:45. We waited.
Think maybe we're in business, Joe.
What?
Down the corner there, waiting for the signal to change. Dark suit, dark hat.
Yeah, could be.
Crossing over now, heading for the bar.
All right, let's go.
No mistake.
Hey, fella, hold it up a minute, will you?
How's that?
Police officers, your name Freiberg?
What? No, that's not my name.
It's your identification, please?
Yes, I've got my identification. Why?
Can we see it, please?
Why, what do you want?
Your identification.
Oh, I haven't done anything.
Let's go, mister. Talk about it downtown.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute. I don't want any trouble. I'll show you. There. Driver's license, the rest of my stuff.
Charles Freiberg. It's an old address, isn't it?
Yeah, haven't had time to change it. Just got back in town. What's the matter, anyway?
Where are you staying, Freiberg?
No place. I just got back in town. I told you that. Not staying any place yet. No connections at all.
Where's your car?
I don't have one. Haven't had one for a year. I sold it. Look, how about filling me in? What do you want with me?
You want to step over here, Freiberg, out of the way?
All right. Just like to know what's going on, that's all.
I'd like to see what you're carrying in your pockets. Take everything out, please, one pocket at a time.
What is this, a shakedown?
You can start with your coat pockets.
All right. There. Okay?
All right, now the other one.
Okay?
You said you don't have a car, Freiberg.
No, of course not. I told you that.
Well, what are you doing with that parking ticket? We walked the suspect Freiberg 2 blocks to the parking lot listed on the claim check that he had in his coat pocket. He had black hair streaked with gray, looked to be in his mid-50s. We questioned him on the way, but he'd admit nothing. We located his car in the parking lot and searched it. In the glove compartment, besides a half a dozen photographs and small books, we found a key with a metal disc attached to it. Stamped on the disc were the words West Side Studios, number 23. Freiberg refused to identify the key. He refused to admit a thing. We walked him back to our car, and together the three of us headed out for the old West Side Studios just off Jefferson Boulevard. On the way, we tried again to question the suspect, but we got nowhere. He refused to answer even the simplest questions. One look at the West Side Studios, and you knew right away the place had seen better days. It had been fairly prominent in the early days of motion picture making, but all that was left now was 2 square blocks of broken-down scenery, 1 dilapidated soundstage, and a row of weather-beaten cottages, the tar paper peeling off the roofs. We got out of the car and started up the walk. The faded sign over the main gate read West Side Studios, founded 1920. And down in one corner, admission by pass only. The guard shack at the gate was boarded up. No sign of a night watchman. We kept walking.
How come they don't keep a watchman at the gate, Freiberg? Don't they make pictures here anymore?
You bet they do. The place has been going downhill for a long time. It's coming back, though.
Then you do know the place, is that right?
Yeah, I know it. I should know it.
What do you mean by that?
Nothing.
You rent an office here, is that it? Freiberg?
Yeah, that's right. Straight down the way there, Cottage 23.
What's your job? You in some kind of movie work?
Yeah, I have been for 30 years. More than 30 years.
That's so? You an actor?
Freiberg. Haven't you ever heard the name? I'm a producer.
Oh, I see.
Why don't you tell us that to start with?
Oh, I don't know. Different reasons. I don't like to throw my weight around. I have a lot of connections in Hollywood, you know.
That's so?
In the trade 30 years. I was one of the first. You can make a lot of friends in 30 years.
Yeah, I guess so. How about those books we found in your car, those pictures? How do you explain them?
This studio will be back on its feet in a year. I'll bet $1,000 on it. This whole block here, sound stages. I got the plans for them in my desk.
That's so. You have an interest in this lot?
Not exactly. Not right now, anyway. I did have an interest, though. I will again. I was one of the original owners, you know.
Still haven't got an explanation. How about the books and pictures we found in your car?
Oh, that? Nothing to explain, is there? Just a few gimmicks I picked up.
You know a boy by the name of Stephen Banner?
Banner? No, I don't think so. Why?
How about Bud Spencer? You know him?
No. I knew a George Spencer once. Actor. That was back in the old days, though.
How about Laura Osborne, Dorothy Ryan? You know them?
No, it's pretty hard to say. You know, Sergeant, over the years in this business, especially, you meet an awful lot of people.
Well, these are fairly recent. You ought to remember them. They're just kids, 17-year-olds.
No, afraid I don't recall the names. Soundstage bell. We got a company over there doing some shooting tonight. Television films. They make them too fast. Trade's not like it used to be. Quality, that's what we went after. Gone now. It's all gone. West Side will do it again, though. You can bet on that. We're coming back.
Look, how about leveling, Freiberg? You know why we picked you up. You know why we're out here.
Just did. I don't know why. Oh, say, look across the road. That set over there. The old greenhouse there, it's a colonial mansion. Weather's faded the colors a little. Typical old southern estate now, you know. We shot some beautiful footage there. Picture's a classic in its own right. Maybe you remember it. Moonlight and Magnolias. They changed the title later. Love in the Moonlight. Beautiful thing. You ever see it?
No, I don't think so.
I couldn't tell you how many beauties we turned out that year. I was a young fella then. Song and strife. Moonlight, magnolias, little orphan girl, sweetheart of the campus.
That's your cottage there, Mr. Freiberg?
What's that?
Just down the way there, number 23.
Oh, yeah. Completely forgot about it. I hope you'll excuse the way it looks. I haven't been able to find good accommodations in town. I've been staying at the office. We have a little couch there. I sleep on that. We have a hot plate, too. Good enough to boil the coffee in the morning.
Mm-hmm. How come you couldn't find space in town? The hotels aren't that rushed, are they?
Well, the ones I'm used to staying at, yes. I'd just soon camp here at the studio than stay at one of those places downtown. Say, wouldn't you like to see the rest of the lot? Pretty interesting if you've never seen a real movie lot. I mean, a high-class one.
We've seen them, Mr. Freiberg. We'd like to check your office.
Oh, all right. This is it. Cottages need a good coat of paint, of course. It'll all be done pretty soon. West Side is going to come back strong. You can bet on that.
Yeah, I guess so.
Uh-oh. Watch out on that first step there. It's loose. Have to call maintenance and get that fixed.
Yeah, it's all right.
Here we are. Well, as you can see, the office isn't very much. What is it you wanted, gentlemen?
You want to check that cabinet there, Ed? I'll take a look through these cases over here.
Okay.
This picture here on the wall. That's the cast and the production staff of my first film. Here's the other one. Me and R.Z. Bernard. He autographed the picture for me, Bernard himself. Those were the days, all right. Quality. That's what we went after in pictures, real quality. Not like today. Gone. The good days. Fine pictures. Gone. All gone.
How about it, Freiberg? These cases of books here and these photographs.
Not my fault, believe me. I had to make a living. I had to make money. How do you think it feels to get cheap like that? I used to be young. I was big. I was talent. I made big pictures. How do you think it feels to get cheap all of a sudden? Cheap enough to do this kind of thing?
Nobody forced you. It was your choice, mister.
It wasn't my choice. You're wrong. All I want to do is make pictures. There isn't a chance anymore, not like the old days. You need hundreds of thousands, millions. It's gone. It's all gone. Had to eat. Had to put clothes on my back.
You admit you're responsible for this? Books, pictures, working in the high school trade, kids like Steve Banner, Bud Spencer?
After 1935, I couldn't get a job. I didn't want this. I had to do it. I'm ashamed. Who wouldn't be? I had to eat. It was the only way. I had to live.
There's honest jobs to be had. How about this man named Jack?
He was in with me. He was my cameraman back in the old days. You can't blame him either. He had to live, too.
You willing to come downtown with us? Give us a statement?
Yes, all right, anything.
How about the parties, the two girls, Laura Osborne, Dorothy Ryan?
I took some pictures, that's all. I didn't harm them. Not in any way.
You had it wrong, Freiberg. You know that.
Yeah, I know. Just to have the kids there. Made you remember the days in your life. Best days in anybody's life.
But so?
When you used to have money. When you used to be young.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On January 29th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 87, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, won't you do this for me? Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette. You'll find Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection. Cools the smoke for your protection. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size. And you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. That's why I'd like you to buy Fatima.
The suspects Charles Zeman Freiberg and his accomplice Jack L. Lavery were tried and convicted on 4 counts of contributing to the delinquency of minors. Both of them served full terms in the county jail. Contributing to the delinquency of minors is punishable by a fine of not more than $1,000 or by imprisonment in the county jail for 1 year, or by both fine and imprisonment. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Heard tonight were Barney Phillips, Virginia Gregg, and Ralph Moody. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Fatima Cigarettes. Best of all king-size cigarettes has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles. Now it's Counter Spy on NBC.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 116. Be on the lookout for two Negroes. Number one described as about 6 feet, weight 180 pounds, age 27. Number two, thin, 5 feet 8 inches, weight 120. These men just held up and killed a streetcar conductor. That's all. Frozen.
Some of our listeners think we are too enthusiastic when we say that Rio Grande cracked gasoline has superiority over all other brands. You've heard us make strong claims for our exclusive patented cracking process, and perhaps you've discounted these claims as mere advertising talk. We haven't given you technical reasons in these radio talks for Rio Grande's superiority, but now we have prepared a simple, easy-to-understand explanation of Rio Grande's extraordinary cracking process. This explanation is interestingly illustrated and is convincing proof that Rio Grande really does give you greater value for your money when you buy cracked gasoline. For the first time, the true secret of Rio Grande's cracked, greater power and speed is revealed. And you can read all about it in the latest issue of the Calling All Cars News. It's a special double-sized edition this month, full of true detective stories, latest movie and radio news, and it illustrates a lot of new, free gifts for boys and girls. Get your free copy of this fascinating publication today, wherever Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold. You'll learn the real reason why this extra value gasoline powers more police and emergency cars than any other brand. And once again, it is our pleasure to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department.
Good evening, friends. We have heard much criticism concerning our ridiculous parole system. It cannot be denied that many major crimes have been committed by beneficiaries of this system who fail to show a sense of decency and gratitude which obligates these transgressors to recognize society's effort to reform rather than punish. A parole system is one thing. The slipshod manner in which it is administered is another. As the head of the largest law enforcement agency in the state of California, I recognize the fact that rehabilitation is as much a part of our criminal problem as punishment. But I cannot condone a system which falls so far short of its high idealism as does our California parole system. Executive leniency and official indifference, more often neglect, let loose upon our law-abiding citizens, degenerates, and criminals far better off behind the bars. Tonight's story reveals a typical and appalling aftermath of parole. We have selected it at random. The police records of this state and every state of this union are filled with just such stories as the one to which you are about to listen. Between the years 1921 and 1932, the June bug was arrested 22 times. The parole board let him loose, although he was a known burglar and potential killer. When he learned that a weak and apologetic parole system would always let him out, his killer instincts came to the surface, and in his viciousness, vowed that no jail could hold him. But how appallingly true was that criminal's conclusion. He knew that under our indeterminate sentence law, that men selected, not merely because of any particular fitness for handling crime and criminals, but mainly to award political services, would sit in final judgment. He knew that after all the court's delays, if he could outsmart the coppers, he would have 99 chances out of 100 to beat a rap in the big house. The story of the June bug is its own indictment of the California parole system.
Jefferson City, Missouri, August 12, 1924.
For the crime of robbery in the first degree, I sentence you, Willie Jones, alias Julius Jones, to the term of 5 years in the state penitentiary.
Los Angeles, July 21st, 1928.
And so, Willie Jones, alias Julius Green, it is the decision of this court that you serve the maximum sentence as prescribed by law for the crime of robbery in the second degree. Not less than 1, no more than 15 years in the Brooklyn Penitentiary.
March 24th, 1932.
Willie Jones, alias Willie Green, you are aware of the terms of this parole. It's now entirely up to you whether you stay on the outside or come back to Folsom. I'll never be back in Folsom, boss.
6 months later in downtown Los Angeles.
Yes, you come now. Now, where did you stop? Then follow me. Now, go. There's a break. Look at that. That car's going to stop for that signal. Come on.
Carefully.
Listen, stick up. No, don't put your hands up. Just hand me over that chair.
Hey, take it easy with that gun, buddy.
I have to make it. Come, shut up with your arm hurrying in there. Come on, you Mr. Conductor. Make us snapping.
Listen, if I give you this money, I'll lose my job.
I don't care about that.
Listen,
maybe it's just to teach you not to talk back. Wait, just now. That's your moment. Let's get over here. Come on.
Los Angeles Robbery Detail. Captain McCaleb speaking.
This is Jewett, Captain. There's been a shooting out here at Alameda and 41st. A couple of Negroes attempted to hold up a streetcar and shot the conductor.
You got the Negroes?
No, sir. They got away in the dark before I arrived.
All right, good. See if you can get any witnesses. I'll send a couple of the boys out there right away.
Captain McCaleb assigns to the case Detectives George Gibson and R.M. Dash, who proceed to the scene of the shooting, interrogate the only witness to the crime, and then return to headquarters.
Well, boys, what did you find? Well, not too much, I'm afraid. The fellow who saw the shooting was on the streetcar at the time, and all he was able to tell us was that the bandit was a Negro. Apparently, he got scared or something and shot the conductor before he knew what he was doing. Get any description other than the color from him? Yeah, he wore a gray cap and was fairly young. That's about all. Well, I'll tell you what you'd better do. You and Jack go down in the Central Avenue district and browse around. See what you can pick up. If this was a local boy, you might be able to get some dope on his identity. Wait a minute. Let me see what this is. Robbery Detail, McCaleb speaking.
Hello, Captain. This is Jewett again. That conductor who was shot just died over at the receiving hospital.
What?
Yeah, never recovered consciousness. I thought you'd want to know.
Yeah, I do. Thanks, Jewett. Well, boys, our robbery chief has turned into murder.
The meager description of the murderer of the streetcar conductor is immediately sent over to statewide teletype with the request to arrest and hold for murder. Meanwhile, Detectives Gibson and Jack mingle with the crowd in Los Angeles, Harlem district. Keep their ears open for any hint which might lead to the identity of the killer. It is a little past 1 o'clock in the morning, 3 days after the shooting in one of the small, smoke-filled nightclubs on Central Avenue.
I used to think I'd like this nightlife, Jack, but after 3 days of this, I'm beginning to think I was wrong. You and me both. Wouldn't be so bad if we could breathe. Yeah, I'm getting so I've forgotten what fresh air smells like. I thought he was calling me for a minute. So did I. Thought maybe we'd found friends.
This is the night when I can celebrate. Yes, now come on, Tia. Get yourself down and you'll make yourself comfortable.
Looks like you ain't finished, that boy. Where you going to get that money?
It don't matter. Main thing is that I have the money and I is going to spend it.
And I was going to stay right here.
Keep your ears open, George. Probably nothing to it, but this boy seems to be in a talkative mood. Can't tell what we might hear. We'll probably hear plenty, but not along the lines we want. Well, it's a bit of entertainment anyway, and that's something. That's plenty. I could stand a laugh or two at this point.
Listen here. How long would you like to have a diamond ring as big as the end of your thumb the way of your little finger?
You won't go to get a diamond ring, please.
Never mind about that. That makes no difference. Yeah, what more you always ask me where I'm going to get these things? I'm asking you, does you want them?
You are blood, but I don't think you can give it to me.
You don't know. Well, let me tell you something, girl, and you don't know right yet. I'm going to have more cash than you can take a stick at pretty soon. Then what are you going to think?
You ain't forgetting that Greenbuck so easy, because it's showing him there, that kid.
You don't mean that Willie Jones, do you? I don't think he's going to bother me no more. Yeah, he got himself in a lot of trouble. Yeah, he ain't going to stick his head out of his house for a long time. Not till the police stop him, boy. But by that time, I'm going to be all set.
Did you catch that?
Dragnet.
Yeah, come on, let's get out of here. I have a hunch our man's name is Willie Jones, better known as the June Bug.
Acting upon this lucky clue, the two detectives check at headquarters and find that there is a Willie Jones with a past record living in Los Angeles. Months go by. Months in which the police unceasingly search for Willie Jones, but the June Bug seems to have disappeared from the face of the earth. It is November of the same year. In a courtroom in El Centro, a group of prisoners are standing before the local judge to have the date set for their trial.
Trial set for December 15th. Prisoner will remain in the county jail until that time. Next case, Jack Boswell, suspicion of grand theft. Is Jack Boswell here? Yeah, I'm Jack Boswell. How do you plead at this time? I never done nothing. Trial set for December 21st. Next case? You mean I'm going to stay here in the jailhouse until then? You'll remain in the county jail until then. I ain't done nothing, Judge. What for you trying to keep me in this jail? That's what I want to know. Get back to your cell, Sergeant. Next case, here's Cutelli. Suspicion of robbery. Is he Cutelli here? There you be, son. You might as well quit floating because this is where you're going to be for quite a few weeks. That's what you think. I'm not going to straight you off for something I didn't do, no, sir. Well, it's all right by me. Only I wouldn't try eating those bars. They're pretty tough steel even for a hard guy like you. Doggone fool, laugh at me. I'll show him. I'll show him. So funny, I thought I'd have to tell you about it. You should have seen his face. Boy, he was so mad he looked like he was going to bust.
No, I don't think I'd go to him if I was you, Ben. He looks like a pretty mean customer. I'd hate to meet him in the dark if he ever gets out of here.
He ain't going to get out of here. Unless he eats his way out.
What's it out of his cell? Yes, sir. I don't see how he ever done it. How long ago was this? Couldn't have been very long ago, not more than an hour or so, because I was about by there about an hour and a half ago, and he was there then. I don't see how he ever done it.
Oh, that it doesn't make a difference right now. You got to bring him back. They need a bill of us right away.
I was talking to the sergeant this morning, Chief, and he was saying...
Wait a minute. Hello, Sheriff. This is the chief talking. Just lost a prisoner. Busted out of his cell somewhere. Here's a description of him. Negro, 27 years old, 150 pounds, so scruffed like that.
Immediately, all available sheriff's cars and local police cars are set out to scour the city for the missing Jack Boswell. And 2 hours later, the Imperial County immigration officers run across him hiding in a field, just outside the city limits. Once more, lodged in jail, he is placed on a constant guard, ever out of sight of his jailer. And a few days later, from police bulletins, it is discovered that Jack Boswell and the long-missing Willie Jones are one and the same man. Los Angeles police officers bring the suspect back from El Centro to face trial for the murder of Elroy Armstrong, streetcar conductor. And one afternoon, 2 months after his return to Los Angeles, Willie Jones, alias Jack Boswell, alias Julius Jones, is returning to his old habitat, Folsom Penitentiary. There he boasts continually that he won't be in jail long. That once he gets back to Los Angeles, his friends will take care of everything. But the days go by, and the June Bug remains in his cell. Early one moment, boastful the next. And one day in late November, he is called to the warden's office. Jones, my men tell me you're a pretty tough customer. Is that right?
I don't know what you're talking about, Warden. I ain't never done nothing.
I don't know if I'd exactly say that after looking at your past record, Jones.
I didn't do all them things they accused me of.
And that's something we'll know more about later. There'll be a sheriff from Los Angeles up here next week. He's coming up to take you back there for trial.
Is that right, Warden?
That's right, Jones. I thought maybe you'd rather talk to me before you left. Might be able to help you a little.
I ain't got nothing to talk about. But I want to get right out of here just as soon as I can. What I'll do when I do get out of here, I'll stay out.
And there's nothing you'd like to say to me before you leave?
No.
All right, Jones. You'll be notified when it's time to go. You can go back to your cell now.
Yeah. And this time I won't be back. Goodbye, Warden. Oh, God. You ain't going to keep me right here in this jailhouse if I know that. No, sir. I ain't got no craving to spend the rest of my days in no 2x4 jail cell. A lot of stoolies, that's what I say. No, sir.
What's this soliloquy of flash, Tracy? You got things on your mind?
That's none of your business, white boy. I don't have to tell you my plans, do I?
So you've got a case of button left, huh, Stubby? You better stop mumbling to yourself or they'll put you away in a nice padded cell where you can count your fingers all day.
Listen here, white boy. I don't have to listen to your talk all the time. You ain't careful, I'm gonna smack you one.
Hey, fellas, Jonesy here's get to be a regular tough guy. Maybe he's gonna wipe up the whole out of us if we don't show more respect. Maybe he thinks he's killing you. I see your muscles, heavyweight. I bet you're a swell kid up on it.
Go ahead and laugh. Let your ears open, you over the next you men. I'm getting over here next week. Then I'll guess you'll find out plenty. I'm getting over here. Now I ain't coming back.
1 week later, November 30th, 1932, Willie Jones does get out, but on his right wrist, he wears one half of a pair of shiny handcuffs, the other half of which adorn the stalwart wrist of Deputy Sheriff H.M. Dennison, transportation deputy of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Office. The officer and his manacled companion board the Southern Pacific train at the Repressive Station and settle down in their berth for the overnight trip ahead of them.
Well, Jones, guess it's time for bed. Mind sleeping in the upper? Wouldn't make much difference if it did, would it?
Yeah, you're a pretty sour guy, aren't you? Well, that's all right with me. I can be sour, too, when I want to. I've got a little present for you when you get settled up there. Nice pair of leg irons.
You ain't all going to put them on me, just...
I certainly am. And maybe I can get a good night's sleep without worrying about where you are.
How can I sleep with them? Everything's on me.
That's your problem, Jones. I was told not to take any chances with you. This is one of the best ways of doing that I know of.
Fine way to treat a fellow what ain't done nothing.
All right, careful, bub. Now, stick out your legs. That's right. There. I don't imagine you'll be apt to do much traveling on your own with those on, especially with them locked around that steel support. Now, good night, Jones. Sleep tight. Weary from his strenuous day's work, Deputy Dennison soon falls into a heavy sleep, safe in the knowledge that his prisoner is securely fastened to the steel girder in the upper berth. And Jones, the June bug, lies above, thoughts running rampant through his distorted mind.
I wouldn't say it's no surprise. They're pretty tough steel even for a hard guy like you.
But over the bed for you.
You think he's killing you, huh? Well said, boxer.
Go over there. I guess you won't do much traveling on your own, especially with those leg irons on.
I'm going to get over here.
Now, we'll be on with your luck with this coat on.
Gotta get off this tree. Doggone things they make too much noise. I've got to be careful. Something's killing. I'm going to get over this. Boy, I've done it. I've done it. Gotta be careful. You get those right up there now. I can't wake him up. Take this for him, Sheriff. That's where he put his gun on me. Boy, oh boy, look at that big luck. Nobody in the aisle. Now, if I can get to that door, I can try to get off in this here tree.
Crouching on the step of the speeding Pullman car, fighting the wind that threatens to hurl him to the roadbed below, the June bug waits for a chance to jump. As the November night fades into the first hour of the new day, the train slows to a panting stop for water in the little town of Woodford. Ducking in between two freight cars lying on the siding, Jones opens the store in belief, secures the deputy's gun, then watches with grim satisfaction as the train pulls slowly out of the station, bearing his sleeping guardian with it. Passenger train pulls into another outlying station. Deputy Dennison awakes and discovers that he has lost his charge. Dashing into the small station house, he phones his superior in Los Angeles and asks for assistance, offering $100 reward to the person who returns Jones to his custody. Constable Truman W. Hamilton of Woodford Township is notified to be on the lookout for the fugitive Negro, as are police up and down the main line between Los Angeles and Repressa. Driving his red Ford coupe, Constable Hamilton drives to the Woodford station, parks, and starts an investigation of his own. But as he rounds a large tank car, he suddenly finds himself staring into the business end of a pearl-handled automatic, firmly gripped by a huge Negro.
Put him up. What? You're one. Put him up, I say. Don't waste no time doing it either. All right, that's better. You don't mind if I take your gun, do you? I might need you. What are you going to do? You and me is going for a little ride in your car. And you is going to do the driving. Well, as far as I was looking for you, if they see us, they'll kill both of us before they know who I am. So tough luck for you, boy. Because they ain't trying to kill me. Come on now, get in that car. Yeah. Now, just get me around on the other side and we'll be on our way. Come on now, get this thing moving. Listen, if I let you take the car, won't you leave me here? I've got my life to think of. If you all don't sit up your mouth, you'll have no life to think about. Come on now. Get this here, he's moving. All right. Where do you want to go to? Drive out to the main highway and head south towards Los Angeles. Okay. I suppose you know that you can't get away with it. You drive that car. I'll take care of the rest. This highway will be filled with police cars in a few minutes. And when they see you, they won't dare shoot. You is my protection. I wish I could believe that.
Meanwhile, Deputy Sheriff Jeb Stewart of the Newhall substation and his partner, Deputy Sheriff Cotter, notified of the escape, are cruising the highway between Newhall and Saucus, eagerly scanning every passing car, hoping they will spot the red Ford coupe, yet fearing the worst because of Constable Hamilton. When suddenly...
Looks like something light flashing over the other side of that line. Yeah. Be able to see what it is when it's up the hill. Yes. Look. It's an old Ford, all right. Turn off the light, quick. Yeah. Now, this is it. Let him pass. Then we can turn around and get him from behind. Have a better chance that way of missing Hamilton. That's it. Hamilton's driving. That's missing a funny car. You said it. All right. I'll turn around and follow him. Maybe we could shoot the tires away. That'd stop them. Yeah? What do you suppose that guy would do to Hamilton if we did that? Yeah, you're right. Watch it. I think they're slowing down. What's up? I don't know. Hold it. That's funny. The Ford stopped. Look. One of them is looking out that back window. Let's see whether it's Hamilton or the other one. He's going to shoot it out with us. Keep down low. I'm going to take a chance shot through that back glass. We only have a few cartridges left. Maybe we can get him to waste them. If he doesn't hit one of us first. Yeah. Look, the door's open. It's Hamilton. Now we can blast the back out of that Ford. Hit him, look. There. Come on. We're going to close in on him. Look. Hamilton's been hit, too. He's lying over there on the road. Yeah, come on. That's Hamilton. Are you badly hit? In my back. I can't tell how badly. Did you get that guy? Yeah. You won't have to worry about him anymore. We caught a 45 slug smack through the head. Come on, Carter. Give me a boost with Hamilton to our car. We've got to get him to the hospital. What about that Negro? You stay here with him. I'll send the boys back to the wagon to pick up the body.
Rushing the wounded Constable Hamilton back to the Newhall Receiving Hospital, Stewart notifies the substation and asks them to go at once to the deserted spot in Mint Canyon to pick up Deputy Carter and the body of Jones, the June bug. This done, he returns to the operating room, doing the work.
How is he, Doc? I haven't known a minute. Just got him on the table.
All ready, Doctor.
Oh, thanks. Let's see. How's about it, Doc? Is it bad? Hamilton, you're not just about the luckiest constable I know. Huh? What do you mean, Doc? Simply this. You see this leaden pellet I have in my hand? Bullet. Yeah. The one that has your name on it. Only this particular slug stopped on its way and hit something else first. You mean it's not a bad wound? I mean that it's not even big enough to be called a wound. I picked this bullet out of your back with my fingers. Left the dent in his back about an eighth of an inch deep. He'd be fit as a fiddle just as soon as he recovers from the shock of being hit. Doc, I've never had an awful lot of love for you bone snatchers, but right now, if you could cook, I'd marry you. So ends the story of the June bug. The principal character, a paroled yet hardened criminal, lay dead in the morgue with a .45 caliber police bullet in his brain. But what of the police officer whose life he vowed to take before he would go back to the big house?
What of the parole system, which made it possible for this potential killer, gun in hand, his brain distorted, and in its madness conspiring to get even with society? Only an informed and outraged public can answer that question and revise the laws which fall so far short of their altruistic objectives.
Thank you, Chief Davis. The Los Angeles Police Department realizes that split seconds count when criminals must be captured. Hundreds of radio cars patrol the city day and night, ready to dash to the scene of a crime. As these cars cruise slowly about, hour after hour, they require an economical gasoline. Then, when the alarm sounds, they require an emergency gasoline as they leap to top speed and go roaring to the rescue. Rio Grande cracked gasoline has met these requirements more efficiently than any other gasoline. And that's why it's specified exclusively for the police and emergency cars of Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, Maricopa County, Arizona, and many other cities and counties. You'll find the secret of Rio Grande's success revealed for the first time in the new double-sized edition of the Calling All Cars News. Get your free copy of this interesting publication wherever Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold. If you have boys or girls in your family, ask the Rio Grande attendant about the many new free gifts. The G-Man and G-Detective outfits. But the biggest bargain of all at Rio Grande stations is Sinclair Motor Oil. The motor oil and all the harmful petroleum got removed. A whole quart of concentrated, pure, guaranteed lubrication for only 25 cents and 30 cents in sealed cans.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars. Cancellation broadcast 116. Suspectless case shot down in Mint Canyon. That's all. Rolls and quits.
This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company. Bargain of all of you. But the biggest 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 bargain of all. Calling all cars. The copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
San Rafael Police calling all cars, attention all cars. Be on the lookout for a gang of housebreakers known to be operating in San Rafael. Further details to follow.
Tonight's true crime story is located in the San Francisco Bay Area of Northern California. An area where the police are enthusiastic users of Rio Grande cracked gasoline. All the police and emergency cars of Oakland and the neighboring city of Berkeley use nothing but Rio Grande cracked gasoline. In Southern California, the largest law enforcement body in the West, the Los Angeles Police Department, use nothing but Rio Grande cracked gasoline. In Arizona, the largest county in the state is Maricopa, and every car operated by the county sheriff's office uses Rio Grande cracked gasoline. In fact, wherever calling all cars is heard, more police and emergency cars use Rio Grande cracked than any other brand. And all these thousands of emergency cars use exactly the same gasoline you get from your neighborhood Rio Grande dealer. At the same price you pay for ordinary gasoline, you can enjoy the extra pleasures of police car performance. And now it is our pleasure to present...
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
How do you do? This is Clive Brooks. Has it ever occurred to you how the crime of murder takes the obscure and uninteresting and the hitherto unknown and suddenly shines upon it the light of intense and terrifying publicity? That can apply to both people and places. The combination of the power of the police and press can make even innocent details seem horrifyingly suspicious. The story we're going to tell you today is the story of a murder, but it's more than that, isn't it, Tracy?
Yes, Clive. The case of Harold Greenwood was, I think, unique in modern times. Rarely was a man surrounded by such an atmosphere of guilt, and yet, despite all this...
Now, wait a minute, Percy. Don't tell too much of the story, because unlike some of the murder cases which we have discussed in this series, the story of Harold Greenwood has a surprise ending. We have called it the case of the family solicitor. The village of Twilight lies about 12 miles beyond Carmarthen, a small township in South Wales. It's quite a historical neighborhood, a famous castle and many medieval relics. However, when in 1920 the name Twilight was spoken about in every other household in Britain, it was not because of the historical significance. It was because of the strange and tragical happenings in Rumsey House some 12 months before. Harold Greenwood was an elderly solicitor in practice in the town of Llanelli. His wife Mabel was liked and esteemed. She, together with her husband, were regular attendants at the local church. And together with their 4 children, 2 daughters and 2 sons, ranging from 21 to 15, were among the most respected inhabitants of Quebec. So it would seem on the surface. But beneath the surface, you might have heard other voices.
No matter what you say, I can't really like that, Mr. Greenwood. Why? I can't tell you, but I just don't like him.
Do you hear now? That Mr. Greenwood, cruel to his wife he is. Oh, I don't know for certain, but people talk, you know. Yes, people talk. A fact with which Harold Greenwood was eventually to become only too well acquainted. In June 1919, the family household of the Greenwoods consisted of Mr. and Mrs. Greenwood, Irene, their elder daughter, and Kenneth, their younger son. The 2 other children were away at boarding school. There was a staff of 3 women servants. For some considerable time, Mabel Greenwood's health had been unsatisfactory, a fact which was well known in the neighborhood.
You know, Harold, dear, it's concerned that I've got these pains again.
I wish you'd let me write to your brother and have a specialist down to examine you.
I don't like worrying him.
Oh, nonsense. Something should be done about it. I'll write today. I'll do it right away.
Right he did, but for some reason the letter was never posted. On Sunday, the 14th of June, the Greenwood family spent a leisurely morning. At 12:30, Hannah Williams, one of the maidservants, complained to the cook that Mr. Gardner was in her pantry and she could not get the silver to lay the table. But nevertheless, at 1 o'clock, the luncheon was served. It consisted of hot joint, vegetables, gooseberry tart, custard, and, I almost forgot to mention, a bottle of Burgundy.
Harold.
What is it, my dear?
Oh, I don't know. I've got the most awful pain.
I feel so sick. Here, just on my arm.
Oh, I feel so terrible. Harold, stay with me.
Yes, of course I will, dear. But we must get you up to bed. Hannah, come at once.
But is it Mr. Greenwood?
It's Mrs. Greenwood. She's sick. Come and give me a hand to carry her upstairs. Come along at once.
Mrs. Greenwood was taken upstairs to her bedroom. At 7 o'clock, her husband went across the road for a Dr. Griffith, who had attended to Mrs. Greenwood before.
Don't you worry, Mrs. Greenwood. I'm sure you're going to be all right.
Oh, I hope so, Doctor.
I will be sending over a bottle of medicine together with directions. I want you to do exactly as I say. Take good care and everything will be all right.
Unfortunately, Dr. Griffith's optimism was not altogether justified. But Mrs. Greenwood had another visitor, a Miss Phillips, one of those nice, kind neighbors who always seems to be on hand at the crisis, particularly when there's a chance of a little news item for gossip. Miss Phillips was not as optimistic as the doctor. On her advice, a nurse was sent for, Nurse Jones.
Well, very difficult having to come at such short notice, but still, it's an urgent matter. I suppose I'll have to come.
She stayed with Mrs. Greenwood until fairly late, but then had to return home to put her children to bed. The nurse returned at 10 o'clock, and from then onwards, Mrs. Greenwood grew steadily worse. By 1 a.m., the patient seemed to have realized the seriousness of her condition, if no one else did.
I think I'm dying. I want to see my children first. Oh, please, God, let me see my children first.
Well, I don't know. I suppose I'd better send for Mr. Greenwood. He never seen a case like this before.
At 3:30 a.m. on Monday, the 16th of June, Mrs. Greenwood died. Dr. Griffiths, the following day, certified the death as due to valvular disease of the heart. What in the name of goodness is all this commotion about? Why, Nurse Jones.
I'm sorry to disturb you so early, Vicar, but it's Mrs. Greenwood.
What about Mrs. Greenwood?
She's dead.
Dead? Why, I was with her only the other day. She seemed in perfect health.
I know, Vicar. Can't understand it. She came over sick so suddenly.
What was the matter with her?
I don't know, but if you ask me, I'd say there are some who could tell you. Some who could tell you quite a lot if they had a mind to it.
You're not trying to say that...
I'm not saying anything, Vicar, but I can't help thinking.
In the days and the weeks that were to come, Nurse Jones could not help thinking. And she could not help talking, too. On Thursday, the 19th of June, Mrs. Greenwood was buried in the somewhat congested churchyard at St. Mary's Church. Forasmuch as it hath pleased Almighty God of his great mercy to take unto himself the soul of our dear sister here departed, we therefore commit her body to the ground, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
I don't understand it. We never saw a case like that before. And that Mr. Greenwood going around just as ever. Oh, it's a wonder if there's justice on this earth.
I was talking to Nurse Jones the other day, and she was saying again how scandalous it is about that Mrs. Greenwood dying and no inquiry, nothing. I don't like to say anything, but I ought to tell that Mr. Greenwood is thinking of marrying again.
The position of Mr. Harold Greenwood was uncomfortable in more ways than one. His wife had enjoyed an annual income, but unfortunately this did not pass to him on her death. His solicitor's business was not sufficiently prosperous to maintain the considerable establishment at Rumsey House. Besides these financial worries, in a small village such as Quebesley, it was impossible for him not to hear some of the rumors which were circulating. Remember, too, this was soon after the First World War, a time of sudden death and hurried marrying. Remembering all these things, it was not surprising that when a Miss Gladys Jones, a woman of about 30, came into Mr. Greenwood's life, it was not long before...
My dear, I think you have known for some time my feelings for you, and therefore it cannot come as a surprise to you when I ask you to be my wife.
But in marrying Miss Jones, Mr. Greenwood took another step towards the inevitable. He incurred the jealousy of a woman. You'll recall that a certain Dr. Griffiths, who lived just across the road from Rumsey House, had attended the first Mrs. Greenwood. Now, Dr. Griffiths had a sister, a close friend of Greenwood. And it was only on Tuesday, the very night before his wedding, that he told Miss Griffiths about it. This second marriage of Harold Greenwood gave rumor a new lease of life. And to add fuel to the fire, there was this jealousy of another woman, Miss Griffiths.
No good. I just can't stand it. Seeing that Mr. Greenwood walking around with his second wife and the first one only 6 months buried, I'm going to the police.
Well, now, Nurse Jones, what evidence have you to substantiate your suspicions?
Well, of course, it is easy, but I've been nursing for 15 years and I've never seen a case like Mrs. Greenwood. It took me over so sudden-like, and then there was Mr. Greenwood.
Oh, what about Mr. Greenwood?
Well, he did. He didn't seem at all perturbed when the poor lady died, getting married again so soon.
Oh, what else?
Well, I talked to some of the servants. Hannah Williams now. She says that on the day that Mrs. Greenwood was taken ill, Mr. Greenwood was in the pantry, and she thinks that...
I think that's in what other people think. But all the same, in view of the rumors circulating, I think we'd better make some inquiries. And so, on the 24th of October, police officers visited Mr. Greenwood and took a long statement from him.
I can assure you, Superintendent, I am perfectly agreeable to giving you every help. I have certainly heard all these rumors, and not only for my own sake, but for the memory of my first wife, I should like to get the whole matter cleared up.
This statement formed the basis of a report to the Home Office. And finally, in April 1920, the local coroner instructed that Mrs. Greenwood's remains should be exhumed for a post-mortem examination. The results of this examination were sent to Mr. Webster, official analyst of the Home Office. I have to report that I can discover no valvular disease or other natural cause to account for the death. However, I can positively report that present in all the organs examined was found an amount of 18 milligrams of arsenic. By this time, the national newspapers had started to take an interest in the case. And only the day after the post-mortem, Mr. Greenwood, in an interview with the Daily Mail, said,
I am the victim of village gossip, of village scandal, and if you know Welsh village life, you will know what that means. It all started from the fact that 4 months after my first wife's death, I married again. That started the gossip. It is only fair to me to say that my first wife had suffered in health for at least 2 years before her death. Not only was her heart bad, but she also suffered from an internal disease. It was, however, from the heart attack that she died on June the 16th. No one, not even the doctor, thought that that attack would be fatal.
The adjourned inquest was opened the following month, the anniversary of the poor woman's death. A great deal of evidence was brought forward. 18 witnesses were examined, and in particular, evidence was produced concerning the purchase of arsenic. Medical opinion considered that it... So far, this case has been handled entirely by the local police, but already Scotland Yard had a man on the spot. This officer reported to his superiors at the CID back in London that there was immense local bad feeling against Greenwood. And that was not the only trouble he found in Leslie.
One of the greatest difficulties I'm encountering is in connection with the evidence. So far, I've taken statements from 12 witnesses, and over half of them have the same name, Jones. I'm in constant fear of getting the Joneses mixed up. Greenwood was arrested this morning, and I saw him at the station.
Tell me, Inspector, what was the wording of the jury's finding?
Mr. Greenwood, you might as well know it. It was this. We are unanimously of opinion that the death of the deceased, Mabel Greenwood, was caused by acute arsenical poisoning, as certified by Dr. Wilcox, and that the poison was administered by Harold Greenwood.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear, indeed. The following morning, he was brought before the magistrates of Senese and formally charged with the willful murder of his wife. Considering the future events, his rather sad comment that a large crowd that had assembled outside Celeste Town Hall to watch his departure booed him vigorously. Greenwood had to wait 4.5 months for his trial at Carmarthen Assizes. There was intense interest in this trial, and the little town of Carmarthen was crammed to capacity by visitors, pressmen, and other concerned in the case. For 7 sensational days, the eyes of the world were on this little town. As if the mysterious details of this case were not enough, there was the additional fact that briefed for the defense of Harold Greenwood was the greatest British advocate of the day, Sir Edward Marshall Hall. The trial opened on Tuesday, the 2nd of November, 1920.
May it please your lordship, gentlemen of the jury, on the 16th of June, 1919, Mabel Greenwood, the wife of the accused, died at Rumsey House in Wembley at 3:15 in the morning. On the 16th of June, 1920, at 3:30 in the afternoon, the accused, Harold Greenwood, was arrested and charged with willfully murdering her by administering arsenic to her. And it is on that charge he now stands before you. This case is one which will command the closest and most prolonged attention, not only because it is the gravest charge known to the law, but also because of the nature of the evidence on which you are asked to find the accused man guilty. The crime of administering poison is almost always a crime done in secret, and the evidence with regard to it is, as a rule, indirect evidence, and not the evidence of eyewitnesses. So it is in this case.
Counsel for the prosecution then began to outline the various events centering around those dates, the 15th and 16th of June, a year before, leading up to that memorable Sunday meal.
The lunch consisted of roast beef, gooseberry tart, and custard, and it was laid by the parlour maid, Hannah Williams. When it was necessary for her to lay the luncheon, she required the silver basket in order to put out spoons and forks, etc. When she got to the pantry, she saw that the accused was there. He remained there for about 1/4 of an hour, and during that time, she waited. She saw him going to the pantry into the dining room. When Hannah Williams went to the cupboard in the dining room, she found what she thought was a bottle of wine with a red label. She noticed in particular that it was not a full bottle, but that some wine had been taken out, and therefore, presumably, somebody had drunk some of the wine, or had emptied some of it out. She placed the bottle of wine before Mrs. Greenwood's seat at the dining table. She was present in the dining room during the luncheon, up to the time the sweets were eaten, and she will tell you that she, in fact, poured the wine from the bottle into Mrs. Greenwood's glass, and that Mrs. Greenwood drank it. At supper time, the wine bottle had gone.
A masterly moment of the trial was Sir Edward Marshall Hall's cross-examination of Hannah Williams, who, you'll remember, was one of the servants.
Did you tell the police that it was a bottle of port wine you put on the table for dinner on the 15th of June?
and that it had on it a red label and black print, and that you read on it the word port?
Yes.
That you swear?
Yes.
I suggest to you that it was labeled Bond.
Oh, no, it was port wine.
Do you suggest that Mrs. Greenwood was in the habit of drinking port wine?
Oh, no, sir.
What did she drink?
Burgundy. But port wine was there on this Sunday.
I know you had said so. Do you know that Beaune is Burgundy?
No, sir.
What did you do after laying the table?
I sounded the gong and Mr. Greenwood came in.
Did Greenwood come in from the garden before you put the dinner on the table?
He came in before I laid the table. I had to wait until he came out of the china pantry before going in to fetch the silver. I was not supposed to go into the room when he was there.
Do you mean to say that you have never seen Greenwood in the china pantry before?
I've never seen him.
I put it to you that almost every Sunday when he was at home, or after each time he was in the garden, he did go in there to wash his hands at the sink.
No.
Hundreds of times.
Oh, no, sir. He used to go upstairs to wash his hands.
Do you mean to say that you never saw Mr. Greenwood wash his hands at the sink in the china pantry?
No, sir.
It was a long way right up to the bathroom, was it not?
Not very long.
Are you telling us the truth?
I've come here to tell the truth.
Mr. Greenwood is here on his life. Do you swear it was an unusual thing for him to go to the china pantry?
You were getting rather excited just now and shouted at the witness. I have to see that the witnesses are not addressed in a vehement way.
Why not?
Because it confuses them.
Why, it is my duty to be vehement.
Another vital moment was the cross-examination of Nurse Jones.
When you got to the house at 8 o'clock, had she got to bed then? I want you to be very careful over that.
No.
When you left at 9 o'clock, you were satisfied that she was not in a dangerous condition then? You would not have left her if you thought she was in a dangerous condition?
I had to leave.
Did you not say at the police court, I made the patient comfortable before I left at 9 o'clock? I was obliged to go home?
It was not a voluntary statement, and it is obviously in answer to a question. She has already said that if she knew the patient was in a dangerous condition, she would not have gone. Would you have left the patient if you had known?
I have an aged father and a child of 5 to look after also.
Miss Irene was there and Miss Phillips was there. If you had thought Mrs. Greenwood was really dangerously ill, would you have left?
I had to leave.
Well, I have to take your answer. Did Mrs. Greenwood say that the medicine caught her at the back of the throat?
Mr. Greenwood told me so.
Did Mr. Greenwood make a complaint to you?
Mr. Greenwood said to me, Nurse, Mrs. Greenwood complains that the medicine caught her at the back of the throat.
Did you taste the medicine yourself?
Yes. It had no effect on me.
And what quantity was the dose?
2 teaspoonfuls. It was soon after 10 o'clock that I gave Mrs. Greenwood the second dose.
I was not asking
you. You must not pitch into this witness because she won't say exactly what you want her to say.
All I am thinking is that if I raise my voice, she will raise hers. I am not pitching into her. I rather wish your lordship had not used those words. I am dealing with the witness in a perfectly fair way.
I am sure you are, but don't pitch into me now. I can trust you, Sir Edward, and you can trust me.
One of the most telling witnesses for the defense was Irene Greenwood, the eldest daughter of the Greenwood family. She gave evidence that she, too, had drunk from the same bottle of Burgundy at lunch. Sir Edward's examination was complete, and after reviewing the whole evidence, he closed the defense in classic fashion.
You must be satisfied that one of those scales, the scale for prosecution, has fallen before you can be satisfied that this man is guilty. I ask you to remember the scene in Othello where the jealous Moor made up his mind to kill Desdemona. Othello enters Desdemona's chamber, makes up his mind to kill her relentlessly, for he believes her to be unchaste. And seeing her lying there, He thinks of the effect of killing her as compared with putting out her light. And he says, put out the light. And then he puts out the light. If I quench thee, thou flaming minister, I can again thy former light restore, should I repent me. But once put out thy light, thou cunningest pattern of excelling nature, I know not where is that Promethean heat that can thy light renew. Are you, by your verdict, going to put out that light? Gentlemen of the jury, I demand at your hands the life and liberty of Harold Greenwood.
And so Sir Edward Marshall Hall summed up his defense to the jury. The jury retired for some 3 hours and came back with a verdict of
not guilty.
It was not until afterwards that it was pointed out that while returning a verdict of not guilty, the jury had passed a paper containing a fuller statement to the judge running as follows.
We are satisfied on the evidence in this case that a dangerous dose of arsenic was administered to Mabel Greenwood on Sunday, the 15th of June, 1919. But we are not satisfied that this was the immediate cause of death. The evidence before us is insufficient and does not conclusively satisfy us as to how and by whom the arsenic was administered. We therefore return a verdict of not guilty.
Well, that was the case of Harold Greenwood. He was found innocent, but as Sir Edward Marshall Hall had pointed out, his life and career had been ruined by gossip. 8 years and 2 months from his sensational trial, a brief paragraph in a few daily journals announced the death on the 17th of January 1929 at a little-known Herefordshire village of a man of 54 who, dogged by poverty, notoriety, and ill health, had lived there under the name of Pilkington. Harold Greenwood, whose name was once on everybody's lips, had made his last bow and exit from a world that had offered him little and deprived him of much.
You know, Clive, this is one of the rare cases in this present series where we have told the story of someone who was not guilty. All the same, Scotland Yard is the servant of justice and not its master. Their job is to produce the evidence. And if on the basis of that evidence the prisoner is found not guilty, then justice has been done and the yard is satisfied.
And in the case of the family's solicitor, justice, I think, was done. Don't you agree?
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
This is Orson Welles, speaking from London. The Black Museum, the famous repository of death. Here in the grim stone structure on the Thames, which houses Scotland Yard, is a warehouse of homicide, where everyday objects, an earthenware pot, a silver shilling, a typewriter ribbon, all are touched by murder. 4 small bottles. Other familiar objects, medicine bottles, shining glass, cork stoppered, the labels in neat, clear handwriting. Such bottles are in the medicine cabinet of almost every home. These were found...
Found one, Inspector. 2-ounce size.
The others can't be far.
Yes, here are 2 more.
1 ounce capacity, these. And here's the 4th. Innocent little things, aren't they, sir?
Well, today, those 4 small bottles have a place, a very honored place, in the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum.
Here we are, in the Black Museum. Scotland Yard's Museum of Murder. Yes, here lies death. In these hundreds and hundreds of objects, large and small, is the means to death, 1,000 methods of killing, all neatly labeled to indicate who and what and where and when. There's a kitchen mop, long handle. It's gray with use, gray where the red-brown stain fails to cover the grayness. Look closely at the harsh metal binds the strings of this utensil. Yes, this blade struck, and struck again before the mop itself removed the traces of the crime. Here we are. Here are the 4 small bottles. 3 of 1 ounce capacity. 1 holds 2 ounces. They mark a strange story. A story out of the Edwardian era, when man was still lord of all he surveyed and women were just beginning to demand equality.
To the ladies, Reverend, although I would prefer toasting them in something slightly stronger than tea.
To the ladies, my friend.
To listen to my husband, Reverend, you'd think he was old-fashioned and not an advanced thinker for this age.
I, an advanced thinker? Why, Anne, my
But
dear.
you are, Oscar. You really are.
At the risk of shocking you, Reverend, but then you're a young man, and not, I assume, as easily shocked as some pastors I've known. I believe a man should have 2 wives. Really, sir?
He means it, Reverend. Listen to him.
I believe a man needs 2 wives. One to cook, sew, and care for the household. The other, to be a companion when a man needs intellectual stimulation, to lend beauty to the drawing room, and grace and wit.
Then you would give the latter education.
Exactly. And since I am not allowed 2 wives, I chose the latter. You're new here, Reverend. You don't know that I married Anne when she was very young and sent her to Brussels and then a French university for her education before installing her here as my wife.
Why, that's unheard of, sir. You are a pioneer in the field, Mr.
Oh, yes, Mr. Oscar Stone, wholesale grocer and a man of means, was truly advanced for his age, the age of 99, and very liberal in his philosophies. In fact, he was so considerate of his wife and of the difference between her age and his own that he encouraged rather than looked askance at her companionship with the Reverend Edgar Sweet, a much, much younger man than Mr. Stone himself.
Edgar, you've been a good friend to me these past months.
I'm happy to hear you say so, Anne.
That is why, well, I'm not hesitating to tell you something which I feel is rather unfair.
Tell me what it is.
Oscar has drawn his will.
Oh, he's my friend, my good friend. I'd hate to see him pass on, but every man must have his house in order.
Edgar, you don't understand. Making the will is all right. It's what he's put in it.
Go on, my dear.
He has left me his entire estate, provided I never marry again.
That is his right, you know.
It's not his right. He's afraid someone might marry me after he's gone. For the money.
He's only protecting you from fortune hunters, Anne.
Then why did he give me an education if he doesn't think enough of me to let me protect myself?
A serpent in Eden? Perhaps. Perhaps not. But it is clear that the young lady had a will of her own and wanted to control her own destiny. In any case, the friendship ripened, not only between the two young people, but between Edgar and Oscar as well.
Edgar, my friend, I'm not well. I saw a doctor today, and I am not well.
I can't believe it. You look fine, fine.
The debilitation of age.
But you're not old. Well, 55 isn't old.
When you've worked as hard as I have for almost 50 of those 55 years. Well, in any case, I've decided to take a rest.
Excellent, Oscar. That's what you need, an extended vacation.
I've made arrangements to go to the shore. A month at the sea ought to practically, well, rejuvenate me.
I'll miss you. Our talks have been a great stimulus to my work.
And I thought that, well, even pastors have vacations occasionally.
Occasionally we do.
Of course. So I reserved accommodations for you, along with Anne and myself.
But I can't possibly afford...
As my guest.
You don't know how much I appreciate this, Oscar, but I couldn't accept this.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were alone, Oscar.
I'm glad you came in, Andy. I was telling Edgar we're going to the shore for a month.
Oh, Oscar, how nice.
I'm insisting that Edgar come along as my guest.
How can I accept such an invitation?
Tell him you will find him as welcome as I will, Anne.
Of course I'll find him welcome, Oscar. Edgar knows that.
They compromised. Edgar came for weekends. The ripening of a friendship. Or the growth of a triangle. A classic triangle. Husband, wife, and the young man. The summer ended. Oscar and Anne returned to new lodgings in Pimlico, and they took an additional room.
Edgar, do you like it?
Bookcases, a couch, a fine desk, all this room. How could I help liking it?
And in here, right next door.
Edgar, my boy, welcome to your new lodgings. Now, we are not only friends, we are neighbors.
Really, Oscar, I don't know why you...
But there was more, and rather interesting. One afternoon, while Oscar was at his doctor's office.
May I disturb you for a moment, Edgar?
Oh, of course, Anne. What is it?
Remember, months ago, I told you about Oscar's will.
Oh, yes, I remember. Why?
He took out that awful clause. If I want to, I can marry anyone I please one day. And you are the executor.
Everything was quite smooth, quite smooth. In fact, Oscar began to feel quite a bit better. At least he said so, and insisted that Edgar and Anne accompany him to a horse show.
Why do you love horses so, Oscar?
Perhaps because I always wanted to ride and never learned. Oh, there's a fine animal.
He must be at least 16 hands high.
Edgar, why don't you take Anne to the stalls to see her favorites? I'll just sit here a while. I guess I'm not as strong as I thought I was.
Will you, Edgar, please?
You think you'll be all right here alone, Oscar?
It's a picture, isn't it? The elderly husband sitting on the bench watching the two young people stroll away. What are his thoughts as he sees them disappear in the crowd? What would his thoughts have been if he'd heard their conversation?
I'm dreadfully worried about Oscar.
He seems much better. Seashore did him good.
Seems is the word. He's not. Not really.
Anne, what are you telling me?
That his doctor has confided to me. Oscar may not live out the year.
The next morning, there were signs that Anne's words might become the truth. She sent for the doctor, a youngish man named Richards, who lived some half a mile from the lodgings.
I don't like this, Mrs. Stone, not at all.
Oh, dear.
You stop frightening my wife, young man.
The truth, sir, is the truth. You're not well. Your stomach's in very bad shape. Now I shall prescribe for you, and your wife will see that you take your medicine, won't you, Mrs. Stone?
Oh, of course, Doctor.
The young doctor was very certain, but not Oscar. His pain continued. Anne was obviously very upset. She took Edgar aside.
Edgar, I want you to do something for me.
If I can.
I cannot see Oscar suffer the way he does at times. I know a way to ease his pain, but I need your help.
Of course.
I want you to buy me some chloroform.
Chloroform?
Yes. A few drops on a handkerchief, and he will sleep easily. I learned about it in the practical nursing classes in Brussels.
But Dr. Richards will get you some.
No. He'll never believe I know how to use it. Here's a pound note. Please, Edgar.
Edgar went to the nearest chemist shop.
What can I do for you, Reverend?
I'd like a little chloroform.
Whatever for, sir?
I understand it's good for taking out grease spots.
Oh, yes, I suppose it is. But be very careful with it.
3 more times, Edgar walked into chemist shops and bought a small amount of chloroform. There are the 3 1-ounce bottles and the 1 2-ounce bottle. Out of consideration for Anne's convenience, no doubt, Edgar poured the contents of all the small bottles into a larger one and delivered the chloroform to Anne. Quite suddenly, Oscar became a whole lot better.
Landlord, I want to speak with the landlord.
Yes, Mr. Stone? How can I help you?
I want to prepare a surprise for my wife and the Reverend for tonight.
Yes, sir.
A New Year's Eve party. Some roast duck, a bit of cold ham, some good cheese, a bottle of champagne, and a bottle of good brandy.
It's short notice, Mr. Stone. But I'll do my best. What'll you be eating?
What everyone else eats. Will they be surprised? Oh, I'm feeling wonderful for the first time in months. And for breakfast tomorrow, see if your maid can find a haddock, a large one. Oh, I feel I shall be quite hungry in the morning.
Oscar wasn't hungry New Year's morning. Oscar was dead. And today, the 4 small bottles which played so large a part in his death can be seen in the Black Museum. It was a sad New Year's Day for Anne Stone and a bewildering day for the Reverend Edgar Sweet. Oscar Stone, husband and friend, lay dead quite suddenly, and after what seemed an indicated quick recovery. But that was only the first event of January 1st, 1910. Onto the scene strode an old man, Oscar's 75-year-old father. Anne met him at the door to the Stone apartment.
Oh, Father. Father.
Yes, of course. Cry all you want. I want to see my son.
He's in here, Father.
All right. Who is this?
Reverend Sweet, our good friend and pastor.
Yes, I heard about you. Oscar wrote me.
This moment comes to all of us, sir. We can only pray for courage.
I've got courage. What I want is facts. I'll see my boy now. It looks as if he died in his sleep.
He did. So peacefully. I didn't realize it until morning.
You were a good boy, Oscar. I shouldn't be outliving you. Huh? There's a funny smell around his mouth.
But the doctor said he had gastritis, Father.
That's not what I smell. Are you having a post-mortem?
Dr. Richards asked for permission to do one.
Richards? Who's he?
The family doctor, Mr. Stone, a fine young man.
All right, if he wants to do it, all right. But I want my man there with him.
Father, are you insinuating?
I'm not insinuating anything. I just don't like the look of this. For his own protection, this Richards ought to have another man present, that's all. My boys know right.
The second doctor arrived, and forthwith, behind locked doors, the autopsy was performed. In the landlord's parlor, Anne waited, with Edgar to give her support and courage. Presently, the door opened.
Mrs. Stone,
Yes, Dr. Richards.
we are ready with our report.
Did you find out anything?
We are not certain as yet. Dr. Fletcher, your father-in-law's man, suggests Mr. Stone swallowed chloroform. Chloroform? Yes. Will you come upstairs and hear the report, please? Anne,
Yes.
did you... the chloroform I bought for you, that is...
It's still in its bottle, Edgar. Don't worry, you don't even have to mention it. Shall we go upstairs now?
The two young people went upstairs, but not hand in hand. There was a sudden reserve between them. In the room where the doctors and old Mr. Stone awaited them.
This is Dr. Fletcher, my daughter-in-law, Pastor Sweet.
How do you do?
As Dr. Richards was in charge of the case, perhaps he's the one to give you our official report.
Oh, please do, Dr. Richards.
It's a simple report. We are unable to find any natural cause of death. The contents of the stomach are suspicious. We're holding them for the coroner.
Have you any particular suspicions, gentlemen?
None which we care to state officially.
You realize the room where death occurred must be sealed and its contents must not be touched.
Oh, my purse is in there.
It'll have to stay there.
Oh, surely I may have my coat and a hat.
I assume so. If Dr. Fletcher's present when you remove them.
Anne went to stay with a cousin, a brief train journey away. The coroner's inquest was held and adjourned, pending a full report from a government analyst. And that was all. But Edgar dispatched a note to Anne, and she met him as he requested in a quiet tea room in Pimlico.
Edgar, what's the matter with you? You haven't looked me straight in the eye since we met today.
I can't seem to help myself. Anne, Dr. Richards did tell you that Oscar might not live out the year.
Of course he did.
It came so suddenly. They all behave so strangely. Anne, I'm afraid I'm finished. If this develops into anything, I shall lose my pulpit.
If you don't do anything foolish, I certainly won't.
Everything's going wrong. I feel as if... Anne, I bought that chloroform. If there is chloroform in the autopsy report... Anne, don't you see?
Forget the chloroform. Forget all about it.
I can't. Where is it? What did you do with it?
I took it with me when I left the apartment. Right in my coat pocket, under the nose of my dear father-in-law. I poured it out of the train window. Then I threw the bottle away.
Oh, that makes it worse. If they prove that Oscar was... But don't you see? They'll trace the chloroform to me.
In other words, Edgar, you're implying that I gave it to Oscar.
I'm not implying anything of the kind.
What else are you saying? Edgar, you helped me over a bad time. Now I think it will be best if we do not see each other anymore. Goodbye, Edgar.
The lady was annoyed, perhaps rightly so. The young man was frightened, very rightly so. In their separate ways, each awaited the report of the government analyst. At long last, Dr. Richards came to the young widow.
The news could be a lot worse, Mrs. Stone. They could have found arsenic or one of the slower, more common poisons.
What have they found, Doctor?
Poisoning by chloroform.
Oh, Doctor, that is the worst.
How so? Don't tell me you had some in your possession.
I did. I had my reasons. Doctor, my married life was not happy. I am young. He was old. Practically my father. He kept putting me in Edgar's company. I began to... When two people are together constantly,
Please go on, Mrs. Stone.
I obtained the chloroform. I kept it in a drawer. But I'd never had a secret from Oscar. Never. On any score. So on New Year's Eve after our party, I told him I had it and where it was. He spoke to me sadly, but kindly. grieved that I had been feeling about him as I did. Then he went to sleep. Or I thought he did. The next I knew, he was dead.
Did you look at the bottle?
Yes, I couldn't tell how much was gone. I took the bottle and I poured what was in it from the train as I went.
The autopsy report came to Edgar as well. He wrestled with himself and finally took the only course which seemed open.
Inspector Seward?
Yes, come in, sir. Sit down.
Thank you.
I understand you have some information in the matter of the death of Oscar Stone.
I do. You see, I bought the chloroform.
They should be in here somewhere, Sergeant.
If the little parson is telling the truth.
I'm sure he is. Should have let himself in for something with that woman, didn't he?
It looks that way. Leave it to a woman every time.
Grease spots, eh? Not bad for an amateur. I suppose this is the gorse patch where you said he threw those small bottles?
Yes, this is the place. I found one, Inspector. 2-ounce size.
The others can't be far. Yes, here are 2 more. 1 ounce capacity, these.
And here's the 4th. Innocent little things, aren't they, sir?
Anne Stone, I have a warrant for your arrest on the charge of willful murder of your husband.
Edgar Sweet, I have a warrant for your arrest. You stand charged as an accessory before the fact in the murder of Oscar Stone.
The trial took place at the next assizes.
Gentlemen of the jury, the Attorney General, who has this case in hand, with full knowledge of the facts, will present no evidence against the Reverend Mr. Sweet. You are therefore directed to find him not guilty, and I shall order his release at once.
Edgar Sweet left the courtroom, a much wiser young man. The trial of Anne Stone proceeded and rested entirely on the medical evidence.
Dr. Fletcher, you have described yourself as an expert in criminal toxicology. We have accepted you as such. Is that correct?
It is, sir.
Very well. Now, I call the particular attention of the jury to the answers you will give to these questions, as they will have great bearing on the evidence against my client. First, sir, have you ever known of a recorded case of murder by liquid chloroform?
No.
Is there any record, to your knowledge, of the forcible administration of this liquid, of anyone pouring it down a victim's throat?
There is not.
If the victim were sleeping, for instance...
The burning would waken him. It'd probably go down his windpipe, not his gullet.
And there would be burns, clearly visible after death.
There would be.
Then, in your expert opinion, Dr. Fletcher, is it impossible to commit murder by liquid chloroform?
Nothing's impossible, but it's highly improbable.
Thank you, Doctor. That is all.
The chief witness of the Crown, Dr. Fletcher, had given his testimony. All that remained, in the opinion of the defending counsel, was to create a reasonable doubt in the minds of the jury. He called no witnesses, but spoke for 6 hours, summing up. In essence, he said,
Oscar Stone was a loving, if elderly, husband. He felt his life was over. Remember, he was an eccentric who believed in having 2 wives. Can we say that this man, who had given so much to his sweet young wife, was not prepared to give her the greatest gift of all, her freedom? Once he knew that chloroform was in the house, could he not have taken it himself and passed quickly into the coma which ended in death? And if he gave this lovely girl freedom, are you, who sit in judgment, to do any less?
The judge was clear, if somewhat caustic in his charge to the jury.
There have been sweet faces which hid guilty consciences before. When a young wife and a young man are thrust into daily contact by a doting husband, strange events have a way of taking place. All this is true, but one salient remains. You may find this woman guilty as charged only if no reasonable doubt exists in your minds that she did commit the crime of which she stands.
The jury deliberated for over 2 hours. They were 12 solemn men when they filed back into the jury box. Anne Stone rose to face them. The clerk asked for the verdict. The foreman rose and spoke clearly.
We have considered the grave suspicions in this case, but find no evidence that would indicate who administered the poison to the victim. We find the accused, therefore, not guilty.
But despite that perhaps surprising verdict of not guilty, the 4 famous small bottles can be seen today in the Black Museum.
Orson Welles will be back with you in just a moment.
No double jeopardy. That's an ancient English law, no double jeopardy. One cannot be tried twice for the same offense. It was felt, therefore, that since Anne Stone had been acquitted, if she had committed this crime, she ought to tell the world how it had been done. But no. All that was heard thereafter from Anne Stone was a letter addressed to her defending counsel. It read as follows. Dear Sir Edward, I feel I owe my life to your earnest efforts. I have not been a good woman, and my temptations have been terrible. But though I have not kept my vows, you will judge me mercifully. And there the case rests. Now until we meet next time in the same place and I tell you another story about the Black Museum, I remain as always obediently yours.
You have been listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com. Don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.